like it, but we just are never in Golden.
What you need to do, so being a seat is like 200 yards from your train.
Oh, really?
So come, take a tour of the facility, and then go up to the brewery afterwards. Literally, you can park in a parking lot.
Fun. Yeah. Okay, I'll tell Mark that. I did not know that. Wow, you guys are really close.
It was one of the attractive features for moving to a new location. So, sneak out for lunch and grab a beer.
Tennessee needed an employee.
We're not the best company to work for. So,
what's that?
We're not the best company to work for. But you're more than welcome to come visit anytime you want.
Yeah, we will. So. That sounds like a lot of fun. Let me go remind Mark of the time. Be right back.
Sure.
This report is sponsored by Redfield America. It's our hottest day of the week with temperatures in the mid-90s. Starting off with sunshine, building in more clouds with a couple of isolated storms this afternoon. I'm Fox 31 6.5 team meteorologist Kylie Burns.
You don't know about the illegal immigration crisis until you listen to Redfield America. This week we tell the story of a decision that changed the face of America. Literally. Listen to Redfield America every week on the free iHeartRadio app. That's Redfield America.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeartRadio app and at khow.com.
ABC News, I'm Alexis Christoforous. The Secret Service said to be ready to push back against statements made by a former aide to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Cassidy Hutchinson testified before the January 6th committee, saying President Trump was irate at not being allowed to lead his supporters to the Capitol. And she says she was told Trump was so angry he reached for the car's steering wheel. More from ABC's Jonathan Carl.
As extraordinary as it is, it's also entirely consistent with what we had already known. Remember, it was around this time that we had reported that members of the Trump cabinet were considering invoking the 25th Amendment, declaring him mentally unfit to be president. That was the portrait of a mentally unfit president that Cassidy Hutchinson told the world about.
The U.S. pledging more aid and weapons to Ukraine during the NATO summit in Madrid. The U.S. economy shrank at a 1.6% annual pace in the first quarter. This is ABC News. Wrapping up in Paris today, the trial of 20 men facing charges in the 2015 terror attacks. One of those, the only man who prosecutors say is left alive from the attack teams, Salah Abdeslam, keeps his life behind bars. 130 people died in the attacks, which ranged from the National Stadium to the Bataclan Theater. Israel may be going back to masking with COVID cases surging.
Israel is weighing once again making indoor face masks mandatory. That's just days after health officials confirmed Israel is in the midst of a sixth wave driven by Omicron's BA.5 variant. Health officials worried over the spike in serious cases here, what has more than doubled in just 2 weeks. But they're also saying it's so much harder to understand the dangers of this sixth wave, given so many are home testing and failing to report illness. Jordana Miller, ABC News, Jerusalem.
Alexis Christoforous, ABC News.
Did you know the San Francisco anniversary date?
Alona's travel agency is overbooked and experiencing delays. She needs to land a new project manager to clear her business's runways.
Yes, this is okay, right? We checked.
Indeed ghosts do not count as emotional support animals. Indeed can help her hire great people fast. Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by interviewing on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
You know when you see a great deal on the phone, but then you find out it's not for you? Not at Verizon.
They just gave us all a new iPhone 13.
So we both got the same great deal.
Yep.
Get iPhone 13 on us with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans for every customer, current, new, everyone. Show the love. Only from Verizon. $799.99, 128 gigabytes only. Device payment purchase with new or upgrade smartphone line required. Less up to $800 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trading conditions apply.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Republican high
Heidi Ganal will face Governor Polis in November after Ganal defeated Greg Lopez in Tuesday's primary. In the U.S. Senate Republican primary, O'Day beat Ron Hanks. He waits incumbent Michael Bennett in the general election. The winner of the Republican primary in the newly created District 8 is Barb Kirkmeyer. She says the current and past offices she has held make her a known quantity to voters.
I think that the fact that I'm a state senator helps to some degree, and I think the fact that I was a county commissioner for 20 years in Walton County also helped quite a bit.
She says in talking to voters, one of their biggest concerns is inflation, especially high gas prices. Kirkmeyer's Democratic opponent will be State Representative Yadira Carabello. The Will County Sheriff's Office defending the practice of adding a judge's name to a report issued when an inmate is released from a county jail. A spokesperson says the daily report posted to the Sheriff's Office website is an attempt to alert the community about why an inmate is released. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Redfield America.
Heavy traffic on eastbound I-270 coming off of I-25 heading towards Commerce City. Just be ready for that. Nothing too unusual there. We do have construction slowing though, eastbound C-470 between Hamden and Bowles, and an accident clearing on Highway 93. It's northbound at Washington. Also getting word of an accident now at Huron and 122nd Avenue in Westminster. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, 20% chance for some afternoon thunderstorms today, a high reaching 94. Tonight's low 62, and then an even better chance for rain tomorrow with a high of 86. Currently, it's 83. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
You don't know about the illegal immigration crisis until you listen to Redfield America. This week we tell the story of a decision that changed the face of America, literally. Listen to Redfield America every week on the free iHeartRadio app. That's Redfield America.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today. This week, we'll help you plan your summer getaway. Plus, the star of Minions, Steve Carell. And Keith Urban kicks off your weekend. Watch the Today Show every morning on NBC.
Keep our schedule full. Seasonal incentives? Oh, yeah. Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. Now's the time to call and save a full 12% on all services for select install fees. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Replace that old furnace and air with a new Carrier system, saving more than $2,000.
So Jamie, Marcus going to be right in. Go ahead and put your headphones on. I'll let Tommy know you're there. You might even hear Tom in the headphones. I don't know what buttons they have. You'll be able to talk to Tom through the show on breaks. I just don't know what buttons get pushed for that. But go ahead and put those on for the show. Mark will be right in.
What's up, Doc? Not much, man. Welcome back.
Thank you. We'll be leaving again.
Where you going?
I don't know. It's kind of nice when you have a mobile house, right?
Yeah.
Probably go. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I wanted to go Yellowstone and all these great parks, but there's issues. I've always wanted to see Yellowstone. Never been there. Not as a kid.
I would wait until like September.
Yeah.
Especially with the.
I don't even think it's open now.
They reopened the south entrance. Man, it's just a bloody zoo. My daughter lives about 2 hours away.
Okay. Did she show you how to talk?
I feel like I got promoted.
What's that?
I got promoted.
Tom Martino. Your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the only show anywhere in the universe where we are solving problems, answering questions, and taking the blame. And this hour brought to you by wonderful waterpros.net. Waterpros will get you the water to drink. And by the way, if you've seen the letters going out from Denver saying don't drink the water, basically, filter it. We've been violated. We've, and there's some chemicals in there. And even at its best, it recommended the lead filters. Listen, you can get for under $1,000. You can get Paul the Waterman. You can get him at waterpros.net. Put a system in. Now let me explain this. It's under $1,000. I fill these water bottles, and I have bottled water. Not really. It's his water, and or my water. Never have to buy bottled water again. Welcome to the show. 303-71.
You know, that Denver water thing reminds me of a Woodstock when the guy comes on and says, "Don't eat the brown acid."
And 303-713-TALK. You know, if you, speaking of Woodstock, I actually was there, and you talk to people who say they were there, there would be 3,500,000 people.
That's true.
But, it's really.
Did you have fun? Did you have fun there?
Go to Woodstock. And one of the women got really sick.
Were you hip? Like, were you into that music and all?
No way.
Got really sick. We drew straws to see who's going to take it to the hospital in Casper.
Memorial.
Well, yeah, so I got the short straw. I took her there.
But Houston is closer.
Yeah, well.
Okay.
Anyway, so I took her there. By the time we got out of the ER, she was treated for acute gastritis. We couldn't get back into Woodstock. So the other two couples went, and we had to go home, and I missed Woodstock. So I was there, at least I can say I was there.
Anyway, welcome to the show. And Jamie is with realcbdthatworks.com. God, you know about that. Pain, inflammation, anxiety. Hey, Jamie, welcome.
Hey, Tom. Hope you're feeling better. Thanks. Well, mostly what we're trying to do is get some more clinical studies going. So we're relaunching our effort to do clinical studies in specific areas: acne, gout, irritable bowel syndrome, which is a highly prevalent condition that people don't know about, as well as continuing on with our women's health push in terms of taking a look at how we can work with chronic pelvic pain. So those are the newest things. We don't have a lot of new products we've launched. We're really trying to solidify information. Fantastically. I mean, it's last time we were in your show before your operation, we talked about the Panna Beauty line. That are really a series of products that people should add to their health regimen. So when you think about puffiness under the eyes, increasing skin tone, reduction of scarring and blemishes, this material works great.
Canyon, he called once about a car title. Really upset. What was the story, Canyon? Can you fill in the blanks before you tell us the result? You had a 2015 truck, right? Is that Canyon?
Smells good.
It's awesome. I only have 2 samples of this.
Go ahead, Tom.
I'm using it for myself.
I'm sorry, there you are, man. So, Canyon, you bought a 2015 truck in January from Pueblo Alpine Ford. And they just kept dogging you, didn't they? Or ghosting you.
Yeah. So basically we bought the truck and then tried to get a title. Second time around, they told us they actually lost the title. And then, that was basically the end of it until I went in and I called the cops and had to trespass on the property after asking about it. Then I ended up calling you guys. And that brings us up now. So the update on it is we got in contact with the regional sales manager.
Deputy Doc, yeah, you called him, right?
I did.
Yeah. And so were they nice, Doc, when you called them and talked to them?
Yeah, more or less. They said they would take care of it.
Did they realize it was their responsibility? Because at one time they were telling Canyon, sorry, we can't get you a title. And I don't want to, what did they expect you to do?
I don't know. They kind of left me at that. It was very open-ended with figure it out yourself. Yeah. Yeah, so we got in contact with the sales manager and set up time to come meet him and met up with them and we are currently working out a deal on a different vehicle. They're going to take back the truck and we're going to.
Why can't so they can't get the title then? And you're sure they're not just planning on
Yeah, I mean we're checking all the boxes to make sure that everything goes right.
I want to make sure you should get a 100% trade.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to work out. We're waiting to hear back from them. We should get back to them today, hopefully sometime. So,
what are you going to get?
We're looking at a 2017 4Runner.
Okay, let's make sure you get it inspected.
Oh, we will definitely get it inspected.
And again, they never did tell you why they couldn't get the truck title.
They just said it was lost, and they asked if we wanted to fill out the paperwork for the truck title, and we just decided we wanted to wash our hands of the vehicle, and too much bad karma with it already, and just start over again.
All right. Okay, I get it, man. I really do.
It's frustrating, and
thank you for letting us know. Coming up, we'll be talking about someone who wants to
protect some rights. He's been a year-old. We'll delve into that and more. And I have another question to ask. You know, more and more corporations seem hell-bent on announcing their social agenda. Like we're going to, and again, I'm not expressing my opinion on social matters. I'm expressing what I've heard from corporations. Like, for example, you know, they make it a point to let everyone know, you know, we're going to do this or we're going to do that, or we're supporting this, and if you support this, you're not welcome. And, you know, vaccines and mandates and face masks and abortions, you know, we're going to pay for our people to go out of state. And I just wonder if corporations, they're so varied. If you think about a corporation, there's a board of directors, basically. There are officers, and there are thousands of stockholders. How can they speak for all the stockholders? And why should they? A public, large corporation, in my opinion, is too varied. I don't know if I want someone speaking for me, because you're an owner of Starbucks. You're an owner of Tesla. You're an owner of GM. You're an owner of whatever you buy. And I don't know how you feel if it impacts your either investing decisions or does it impact your buying decisions. I'd like to really know. I mean, I'm not saying I would boycott a company, not. I don't know. But it seems now that more, and Disney especially, my God, it's like Disney is a person running for office. I get it. Now, I'm not saying, you know, they don't have a right to their opinions, but how can a corporation have an opinion? It's not, I don't think it's fair. Are you saying each and every one of you believe that? From stockholders to the board to the executives? I mean, I don't get it. What do you think, Mark?
I think most companies in general, big companies, want to make money, and that's their number one goal. And
I don't. Okay, I think they'll I think they'll even sacrifice that to be politically correct.
Well, I think when they do that, and it does happen, they think ultimately it is to make more money. It is the goal of the company. That's where Disney's coming from. But as they learn, things will turn.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Garage Magic for your garage floors. Now's the season to get it done. A lifetime warranty serving the entire Front Range. I know these people. They're really good people at Garage Magic. You will love your garage floor. All employees and no subs. That's Garage Magic, 720-600-HOME.
Okay, now let's see. Hey, Tom.
Yes.
Man, you hearing all these Raleigh House ads? It's driving me insane.
Yeah, I know. Why? What's going on with that?
Well, I don't know, but I CC'd or BCC'd him in a direct, you got a spot coming up, but in a direct lead I gave him, and then all of a sudden these are on. It's like, what?
720-797-8717. That's 720-797-8717.
Shout to him. John Fuller is my accident lawyer on this radio show, and he can be your accident lawyer at myaccidentlawyer.co. I'm going to say something about John. This is all he does, and he's small by design. Listen, you hear the people bragging on radio and TV about the amount of awards they get in all of the big cases, but let's face it, most cases are not giant. He'll handle your giant case, but he also handles your little cases, your medium cases, the ones that are keeping you from getting reimbursed, the ones that really mean something. John Fuller. He gives you his personal cell phone. He communicates with you directly. myaccidentlawyer.co, 303-597-4500. You want anything done on the outside of your house? I mean, from stucco to siding to windows, doors, roofing, gutters, decks, and more, including painting. Outside, exteriors, Genesis, TotalExteriors.com. You can trust Mark Szymanski to do a great job. He's been in business and on my referral list for many, many years. They also do solar. For more information, that's Genesis, TotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509.
For low maintenance decking, there's no name bigger than Trex, the #1 brand in outdoor living.
So we took it, and then about 15 minutes goes by, and we're ready to find this guy and kick the fucking shit out of him. I mean, we're like, oh man, this guy just sold his Visine or some shit. And then about 5 minutes later, maybe 10, whoosh. Holy shit, tripping balls, man, just tripping balls. So yeah, that's the only time I went to a dead con. That was it. It was a trip, man. It was an absolute trip. But we never went inside. But it was like, I bought a bamboo bong while we were there. It was literally a piece of bamboo, had another piece of bamboo, and a coconut.
And you're here in Colorado.
Yes, I'm like, I mean, it was some
so Jack, that is something we've dealt with this type of problem before, but the first thing to do is come on the show via telephone, tell Tom exactly what you told me, then I'm guessing what he would do is after talking to you, he would probably put your case with one of our team members to give Valor a call, tell them they've been talked about, what's going on, see what the heck. And light a little fire. One Solar, okay, and is that the #1 or is that spelled out?
With,
let me see if I've gotten anything on them.
Who's the Grateful Dead's new main guy, man?
Okay, and
Dave
I think we have
right?
actually, Jack, I'm not going to say for positive. I think we might have a contact there.
I think it is
but
Dave
again, it looks like we've dealt with One Solar before. Have you dealt with the Nate Hall?
Dave Matthews, Suzanne will know.
Okay. It looks like we've dealt with One Solar before, and I'm thinking we've had some success. So do you have a few minutes to come on and talk to Tom about this? Okay. Or I can do a different day. There is a little bit of a hold time. If you don't have time today, I could call you a different day. Okay, you want me to call you at this number?
Yeah.
The economy is headed directly for
just watch them all fucked up.
Either raise rates to lower inflation and trigger a housing market crash, or
yeah.
Oh, okay. I am seeing his name too. I am seeing his name in my contacts as well. Okay. I've got to ask my, I don't always get to follow our cases. I want to say we've had success dealing with these people. I think. I'm not going to, don't quote me on that.
Oh my God, man. We couldn't believe it. He's just like, here, man. We were sure. We ended up buying a lot that night, though, man. It was crazy, man. I tripped more 15 and 16, the 15-year-old and 16-year-old. Shit, I did a lot of ass. That was about that, man.
He's a Republican. Information kit on gold. There's no obligation.
He's very articulate, really smart guy.
90.
No.
Action.
Well, we had two. So in Jersey, where I grew up, man, there was like the the long-haired kind of stoners, if you will. Which I wasn't, but some of my friends
let's talk about it with Tom tomorrow. We're live 10 to 2. Can I call you right around 10 o'clock?
And the fucking Guidos
okay, so carve some time out for it. Do you want to go by Carl or Jack tomorrow?
In their IROC Z's,
okay, Jack. I'm going to give you a call tomorrow. It'll be about between 10 and 10:15, and we'll get you in queue for Tom, okay?
You don't say what, Thomas?
The Guido thing.
Well, you didn't grow up in South Jersey. They even called themselves Guidos.
Redfield America.
Did you? Hey, by the way, Martina,
That's okay.
did you
Tom
have an
is
IROC
very
scene growing up?
well versed in stuff. We've handled these types of
Guidos can
issues
call
before, so let's
themselves
see what we
Guidos,
can do
but
for
you
you,
can't.
sir. Okay?
Say that again.
Guidos can call themselves Guidos, but you can't call
You
them.
can just tell me that tomorrow when I call you. If you guys
Mark,
worked
look
it
at
out,
the
then
N-word. How
you
many
just let
times
me know when I
do you
call
see
you,
that
and then
N-word
we'll call
when you
back in
have
case
two
you need
black
help.
guys
Always
talking
got
to
to
each
go to
other?
that next level.
You are welcome, Jack. Talk to you tomorrow.
Members Talk Station. Online at khout.com.
Well, I'll just ask you a question.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let's keep going here. Gabriel, what's going on? We have open lines. You can call in about anything if something's bothering you. If you need help for anything or have some questions, we also have Jamie with us from Panacea Life Sciences, Dr. Jamie Baumgarten, talking about CBD products. I notice everyone, everywhere, there's all kinds of CBD products out there, so many different brands, so many people are getting in on it. And you wonder, how do you tell the difference? Really, how do you? We'll talk about that. I mean, you look at the label. Can you believe the label? Hey, Gabriel, what's going on?
How's it going, sir?
Good. What's going on? Are you raising a 6-year-old?
Yes, I have a 6-year-old that I've raised full time since she was born.
Is she your
When she was
biological
born,
child, Gabriel?
It's not. It's my kid's mom ended up having another child by another man, and at the time my kid's mom was very bad on drugs, and the guy that she had the child with, got locked up. Well, the little girl.
Now, is this? I take it she had this child after leaving you or before you?
We're still married, and she ended up having an affair with another man and got pregnant.
Okay. And you took custody? Did you take legal custody?
There was no legal custody. It was just pretty much.
Where is the mom right now? Where is the mom right now?
She's actually on the run right now from Children's Services. They've been trying to locate her as well as her 14-year-old daughter. She's been running from the situation that's going on.
Now, hold on. What do you mean her 6? Did she take the girl? Okay. Did she take the child she had with the other man?
No. So actually she has 4 daughters, a 14-year-old, my 11-year-old, my 9-year-old, and then the 6-year-old. Right now, Children's Services is trying to locate her.
Where'd you meet this lady? Did she take all of your kids? When she took off, she took one daughter, a daughter she had from a previous marriage.
That's correct, sir.
So now you are raising not just one kid. How many are you raising?
I have 3 girls that I'm raising by myself.
Gabriel, that is wonderful, but I mean, it's hard. So how are you doing it, man?
Hey, man, it's super hard. It is hard. I work full time as a landscape supervisor, and then plus taking care of my girls. So it's not easy, And then with on top of that, all the stress that I'm going through right now with Children's Services being involved and being
Wait, why are they involved?
The 11-year-old daughter went to the school council. See, my kids' mom were getting the kids every other weekend. My kids were no longer feeling safe with their mother, so I had a talk with my 11-year-old, and she went to the school counselor and told the school counselor that she didn't feel safe with her mother anymore, and that's how Children's Services got involved.
Yeah, but if they feel safe with you, why would they have to get involved? Just get the mom out of the picture.
But, I don't know how it works, but now...
But they're not threatening you with... Hey, Gabriel, are they threatening you with any kind of custody stuff?
Right now, as it is, if the mom doesn't comply with her treatment plan and the biological father does, they will give the 6-year-old to her biological father, but who has never been in the picture. And actually, he's incarcerated right now.
Wait a minute. But right now, Gabriel, I want to simplify this, though. Your other 3 girls are not in dispute? They're not going to take them away?
So the 14-year-old isn't biologically mine either, but the judge just gave me custody of her, but they're trying to locate the 14-year-olds.
Okay, I get that. But so The girls right now at home with you right now, not that four. How many did you say? Are there 3 or 4?
There's 3 of them, and the 2 older ones, the 11-year-old and 9-year-old, are biologically mine.
Okay, got it. Okay. Now, you're trying to raise those two biological girls with a 6-year-old. You were granted custody of the 14-year-old, and the 14-year-old is on the run with mom. The 6-year-old may be taken away from you. The 2 biological girls, there's no danger of them being taken away?
No, sir.
Okay. So right now, you want to keep this 6-year-old because she's your daughter.
I've raised her since she was a baby, an infant. I changed her diapers. I fed her bottles, you know.
And now they're threatening.
Should be in fear of losing her.
Now they're saying we're going to take her away and give her to an inmate.
Because with CPS, their objective is reuniting kids with their biological parents, and I'm not the biological father.
Well, they're definitely
okay. We
not
need to
gonna
get Rich Harris. I need to get Rich Harris on. They do a lot of this.
There's no way they're going to reunite someone with someone locked up at the moment, though. I mean, there's no way.
You know, there is. I just had court yesterday, and that's
okay. So they're going to put the
Hold
kid
on,
in jail?
Mark. Hold on. He just said something. At court, what? Do you have an attorney, Gabriel?
You know, they gave all of the dads because by law they treat all parents as if they're the guilty parent, like the mother in this case. So they gave me a court-appointed attorney, but like I don't feel like she's really fighting for me and my family, you know?
Okay, I get it. I need to know this, though. I need to know this. What did the judge say? You were about to tell us.
The judge just ordered custody of the 14-year-old with me. They had the other guy that was in court. They're at court through an app called WebEx, and then they had his parents at the court too. And like, I was upset because the mother of the other guy was saying that like Layla's not safe with me and was just saying all this bad stuff about me. And like, they've never even been, and they've never even tried to reach out to little Layla. They never tried to send her a birthday gift, a Christmas gift. And so like, I was being bashed in court by people who didn't know me or know nothing about me. As soon as we hung up, like, see, my kids have an attorney. It's like called the guardian ad litem.
Yeah, that's right.
And I called her right away to like want to know, because I guess now the other guy and her parents are fighting for Layla, and they want Layla with them. And
how does Layla feel? How does Layla feel?
Layla doesn't know that I'm not her real dad. And like, they're like telling me that I have to brace her and tell her pretty soon that I'm not her biological father, because there's a chance that he could get her.
This is crazy that they would do this to a 6-year-old that you raised from an infant.
What's he in jail for anyway?
A weapons charge. And when Layla was born, he went into prison for drug possession.
See, none of that matters anymore, because now there are no criminals. There are just victims. They're not criminals. They're victims. You know, that's Gabriel. We got to get used to the new world, okay? The new world says he's a victim and he has his rights. And the grandparents, did they say they wanted to take her now? I mean, what did they say? They'd have to wait.
This woman was telling the judge that Layla isn't safe with me, and that she thinks the caseworkers at Children's Services are lying, because they've come into my home. They've interviewed my kids. They've seen their bedrooms. They know that they're happy and they're safe with me. But
Gabriel, who's helping you raise the kids? Anyone?
My father. We live with my dad.
God bless him. I mean, where's your mom? Anywhere?
Yeah, she's in the picture too. And my dad, you know, he's a great man. He's a preacher. You know, he did a lot to help people. And so he's been a blessing to me and my kids, because without him, I don't know how I would do it, you know?
And Gabriel, do you work?
I do. I'm a supervisor for a landscaping company.
Man, this would be crazy. Normally they have what's called status quo. I want to get Rich Harris on. He does a lot of they do a lot of kid issues, children. Hold on, Gabriel. I want to get an attorney on to talk to you. Even though you were a court-appointed one, like you said, that's not the same as having someone else look at this. Hold on. I'm Tom Martino. What a heartbreaking story. What a heartbreaking story. Holy crap. Don't forget that Frank Duran, the real estate man, this is important. will do a free market analysis of your home, meaning that if you're not sure what it will sell for, he's going to give you stats on comparables and what he has done in the market. And he's always outperformed the market. This is a free analysis with no obligation to list. But if you decide to list, you can't do better than Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
I got to give a shout out. I went to
Money
I went
helps.
to pick up a prescription yesterday.
I don't know, man. I think there's a lot more to that, Tom.
It's just it's a free app. It's called Good RX.
People always, I don't know.
I had them do it. It was $27.
What I never get is why we seem to demonize a lot Child Protective Services. I'm not saying they're
I
perfect.
gotta give a shout out to Good RX. People have to get on it. It
470
doesn't cost
was
anything.
good. There was some earlier construction slowing right around Bellevue. That
It was
has improved.
it was
greatly.
$82
With your drug
with my drug plan. It was $27 with Good RX, which is a free
I
app.
am 94.
I don't get it.
High close 62 and then a better chance
There's
for
no
rain
gimmick to
tomorrow
it.
and a high of 86.
I don't know what
Saved
happened.
me almost $60.
Could your impact traffic and weather? I'm Kristen Laughlin, 630 PayPal.
It was for
You don't know about the
called
illegal
so
immigration
legit.
crisis until you listen to Redfield America. This week we tell the story of a decision that changed the face of America. Literally. Listen to Redfield America every week on the free iHeartRadio app. That's Redfield America.
Let's talk about QCColorado.com. That stands for Quiet Cool, the whole house fan. That's the name of it, Quiet Cool. And you know why? Because it's quiet. And I used it today in the house to cool it down immediately right before the show. And then my air conditioner works less. That's the story. You get fresh, cool air because it destratifies the air, equalizes the cooler temperatures from the bottom to the top, and expels all the extra hot air out the attic. And they do it so efficiently, so quietly. They install this thing in a couple hours. You have a remote control, so you have nothing to worry about as far as wiring in the walls. It's so wonderful. And then you start saving money immediately. 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419, QCColorado.com. Hey, you heard me talk about Frank Duran, the real estate man. Well, let's talk about selling your house another way. Not because Frank's not good, but because there are some people that don't want inspections, commissions. They don't want loan deadlines. They don't want anything. They want to get a check. They want to leave. In fact, they might have repairs they deferred and they have not done yet. Whatever it is, you just might want to get out of Dodge quickly. So you go to HomeVestors and get a bid. It's that easy. It's that easy. There's no red tape, nothing. You just call them, and they'll give you a bid, and you can have a check, and you get out of town. They've done it more than 3,500 times in the Denver area. 800-44-BUYER. That's 800-44-BUYER.
You've heard the big news 20 times at that point. So that's when I just walked around and just emulated what I knew, and that was about it. That's how I got into it. That was like 96.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, I'm on.
How do you know? I mean, I don't think that this guy sounds sincere to me.
I think he's sincere. I think someone truly thinks that the grandparents, it sounds like, not necessarily the bio dad, but the grandparents is a better environment. I don't know why, but I always have a hard time believing that Child Protective Services has it out and wants to do the wrong thing.
If they won't carry it, switch to a system that does. And download.
It's good radio, though. And then when the story does turn, which it will eventually.
I'm trying to reach Rich Harris, but he's not answering me.
About Bonnie Bond.
Well, Tom said Rich. Yeah, I have a cell phone. I texted him and I've emailed him.
I would love one of them to pull up the actual file if he's got the case number. I have a feeling there's a lot more going on.
Do you want me to give Rich a few minutes, Tom, or you want me to reach to Bonnie?
Well, I remember her telling me once she doesn't do a lot with kids with that.
Oh, okay.
But we
well,
can.
If anything, we can just reschedule the call. I mean, Rich usually makes himself available.
But we can do one or the other. I mean, if we want to wait a couple minutes and see.
All right.
You have no one else's name there?
No, I can reach out to the marketing girl.
Yeah,
and
that would be good.
see.
So then after that, I decided to buy airtime on JP Station. I have computer sources. I went to Microsoft. I met one of this back at Microsoft office down there. And I said, hey, I'm going to do a computer store. Or I said, I own a bunch of computer stores. I buy a shitload of your OEM stuff to load on the new PCs. I said, is there any media guys in town that we could have on a radio show? And then you guys kind of sponsor the show. And because I own the computer stores, I said, you won't even have to pay me cash. You guys can pay me in software. It's cost you nothing. You can give me the OEM licenses. Back then it was Microsoft Office 95, if you can believe that shit. So they would, each month they'd give me about 50 copies of Windows 95 OEM and then Office, and they were just getting into Xbox shit. It wasn't actually an Xbox, but they actually had video game joysticks and Xbox shit. So they give me about, $15,000, $20,000 a month in fucking shit. But I was in a unique position. I could literally sell it every single day. So they sponsored the show, and I bought time from them. You guys should think of that at some point too, man. It's kind of an interesting thing. I mean, it's got to be done right. If it's not done right, if the personality's not there and it's boring, it means nothing. We did really good on that computer show, and then Tom couldn't do endorsements and stuff back then because he was on the news. But as soon as he could do endorsements, at that point, I owned Goodyear stores, and I was the automotive guy for him forever. And he fucking knocked it out of the park. I don't know how else to put it. That's how I got involved in a very long-term matter.
For more information on the Denver Broncos community partnerships and programs, visit denverbroncos.com/community.
Talk Station 630 KHOW.
I'm Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. See what we can do for you. And this case, we're trying to get some legal advice for him, but it sounds preposterous. Gabriel says he has some biological girls with a woman who had an affair, and she had a baby, and he raised that baby. So now he has two biological girls and this 6-year-old. But also, there's another girl in the picture, 14-year-old, who's on the run with mom, and the courts awarded him custody of her, even though it's not his biological child. So now he has custody of this of the two biological girls and the one 14-year-old that's somewhere unknown with the mom. But this 6-year-old he's been raising from an infant. He said it's his baby girl. He raised her from an infant. He changed her diapers and fed her bottles. And he's raising these girls with the help of his dad. And he works. And so what happened was the guy in prison, the biological father of this 6-year-old girl now, Layla, he wants to have custody. And the courts are likely going to give it to him because he's the biological dad. And they want to unite biological families. I thought they always look at the best interest of the child. And at 6 years old, this is a terrible transition. And they're making accusations against Gabriel. But he has a guardian ad litem for the kids. Plus, social services has looked into his house, according to him. And they have found no violations or no reason to take away parental rights. And you have not talked to Layla yet. She doesn't even know you're not her biological dad. Obviously, she calls you daddy. You've been around her forever. Does anyone know where the mom is at this point?
No, nobody does. I've reached out to her parents, and from what they told me is that she could possibly soon be going into a rehab facility for drugs because, she's been struggling with addiction for a lot of years.
Now, Gabriel, don't you think there's a
than that-
good chance? Don't you think there's a good chance that she could get custody, maybe even before the inmate?
But what my attorney has told me is one of my best options is to keep Layla, is for the mom to actually do what CPS wants her to do. That way, that she would probably still be kept in the picture with me.
Right.
So, like, I'm basically relying on mom to get her shit together and
Okay.
get her
Can
life
you get that,
together and be a good
Dragon?
mom.
Hold on.
We got it.
Okay, hold on. Okay, we're gonna get an attorney on for Gabriel, and we will have him back. Okay, so let's table this right now. But I'm putting here right now on my notes that we're going to get an expert opinion here. We need it. So hang on, and we'll do that. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. All right, so here's the bottom line. Corporations, for some reason now more than ever, have made it a point to make statements on social issues and where they stand. And it's kind of weird because I don't think a corporation, without a vote of the membership, I mean, how do they speak for all of the people that have stocks and for the board of directors and for all the employees or for the executives? I don't understand how they can do that. I mean, Disney makes it clear. Here's how we feel about things. I mean, they don't care anymore. I don't think they're about profit anymore. I really don't. You know, so many people tell me, Tom, it's all about the money, follow the money. I think money is important. And if ever the media would cover the Biden laptop, they would find there's money there, and that's why. And you know, all politicians are probably corrupt when it comes to money. But I'll tell you this. When it comes to, I believe this with all of my heart, when it comes to ideology and politics, it trumps everything. It trumps money. It trumps religion and God. It trumps family. I swear to you, I have seen families break up. I have seen people lose their religion because it's not politically correct. I have seen people endure tremendous suffering like now, and still, no matter what, if Donald Trump, and I think Donald, I don't like him at all. I don't like him at all. I'm not talking about politics now. I mean, I don't know. The guy is such a divider and such a
narcissist.
He seems mean to me. Okay, I don't care. I'm not talking politics right now. But if he could get in office and clear all this stuff up because of his ideologies and other things, there are people that would endure food shortages, inflation, gasoline shortages. They will endure so much pain not to have him because he is politically incorrect to them. I always am astounded by how much people are willing to endure pain-wise. I mean it. I can't believe it. I can't. Now, Mark says, no, they're going to vote their pocketbook. They're tired of filling up their gas like this. They're tired of food. They're tired of shortage.
No, you're right. No red wave coming. Everybody's going to vote Dems.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said you will be surprised how many
are all
people.
Wrong.
Mark, you'll be surprised.
I remember for 3 months' time, how Trump couldn't get into office ever in a million years.
You know what?
Ever in a million years.
You know what? And Mark, I was half kidding about that because I didn't think, but I thought Hillary was such a negative candidate. You know, but I'm talking about now. I'm not saying there aren't more people feeling your way. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this. You'll be shocked at the number of people that are willing to endure this administration or this form of politics.
What polls are you looking at? The guy has lost the Hispanic
I'm not Mark.
vote, the black
You're not
vote.
Mark. You know, one thing that you don't do is listen. What I'm saying is this. I am not Mark. Mark, seriously. I am not saying they are in the majority. What I am saying is it is incredible what those people will endure to uplift their political ideology.
Okay.
I never said they are in the majority. I never said they're going to win elections. I never said anything of the sort. What I said was it's shocking to me that there are people, even the percentage of approval that Biden has now, that they will put up with this because of their hate of others. That's what's incredible to me. It is not all self-preservation for some.
I don't think there's a lot of people that left or that right, though.
Oh, okay. I think we're going to be.
Let's say 10, 15% of the population, I think, would be fair.
I think more than that.
Wouldn't vote for someone because they're just, I don't know what else, because they listen to
Look,
everybody else.
Mark, look how many never-Trumpers there are.
Listen, how many?
Doc, you got 80 million votes.
I would like. What's his approval rating right now? Biden. And by the way, he got 80 million votes.
30s.
How many did Biden get? He got more.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so they both got 80 million votes. What I'm saying is that what is his approval rating? Even that percentage shocks
But at
me.
least you knew when you voted for Trump, you knew who you were voting for. A lot of people got snookered into voting for Biden when he stands up there and says, I'm going to unite everybody, and I'm that middle guy. I'm the guy down the line. He was full of crap. In fact, he was an outright liar over that. Anybody that voted for Trump knew exactly what the hell they were getting. He made it very clear who he was.
Yeah,
he
but
didn't sugarcoat a damn
But Mark,
thing.
one politician put it to me this way when I was listening to him one time in a group. He put it to the group, and it was so accurate. He said Trump wasn't necessarily desirable for everyone, but you know what Trump was? It was the collective middle finger of the country saying,
right.
We've had enough.
A lot of people, Tom, don't want lifetime politicians. This country was set up for people to come in like him that were businessmen or whatever. You go in, you get tagged, and you get the hell out. Joe Biden's lived there. He's never done anything else in his life. Same with Pelosi and all these bums. And there's a lot of them on the Republican side, too. They show up there and they never leave. They start getting paid by the big corporations, and they all suck. And that's why people like Trump.
Well, that's why they do the middle finger, and that is. But I'm saying now, I just don't know what's going to happen.
We are way over.
No, I know. I just don't know what's going to happen. And the original discussion wasn't about who's right and who's wrong. It's about, I want to ask people, are they happy? Are they willing to endure this for their political ideology? I'd like to hear from people. You know, often people don't call when they don't agree because they think we're going to beat them up. I don't have a stand on this right now. I am questioning whether or not people will endure this and elect Biden again. I really am. And not because I hate Biden or love Biden. It's because I'm wondering if they're satisfied, satisfied with the way things are going. We'll come right back.
I don't think his own party's going to put him up.
We'll come right back. Hold on.
God from his own party.
He's too old.
Yeah.
Do you want to make a bet he runs again, Mark?
Yes, I'll make a bet he doesn't run again.
Oh, you can't.
He's going to be 106 years old by the time he gets elected.
Or try to have this conversation in Mississippi.
Listen to Redfield America every week on the free iHeartRadio app. That's Redfield America.
You really think the party's going to let him run?
I need to know when to go. TheArtOfGranite.com. That's where you go to find out about the Art of Granite, Mitch Floria and his team. You know, Mitch came from Romania speaking about American Dream. He had a few bucks in his pocket. He worked in the granite industry and then started his own company in Golden. He has a beautiful showroom. And he got married, had kids. It's a wonderful story. And he wants to provide value. He provides all natural stone and man-made materials, basically any counter material. And you'll get a price on the phone if you call him. He provides all materials at wholesale, tears out and hauls away free, and does the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919. Get your price on the phone. You know I love Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. He's my favorite person, and then he runs a business the same way he is in the real world with friends. There's no two Franks. There's one Frank. And he's extraordinary. You can't do better listing property or going out to find property than Team Duran at RE/MAX Alliance. I know Frank personally, of course, and I've known him for many years since his start. And he is just the most productive, honest, ethical, good person you can find. So that's good in any business, and especially real estate. 303-920 1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. If you're looking for garage floors, listen, there are so many imposters out there. That's why we recommend only a few. And I'll tell you what, Garage Kings is superior. No down ever. They say they guarantee the lowest price and a lifetime warranty. They're the ones that did Mark's floors. He loves them. They're beautiful. A lifetime warranty. GarageKings.com, 720-252-0370, 720-252-0370.
Hi there, it's Savannah Guthrie.
They can't do any more production on oil. We've all had these conversations. You think you're going to show up over there and they can, build new refineries and shit overnight? What are you, fucking crazy?
Okay.
We haven't built a refinery in 30 years, Mark.
What'd you say?
We haven't built a new refinery in at least 30 years.
Oh, I know. And
Okay, yeah, we probably could not answer that. Hang on.
Right now, but then in 1 year
Ronnie,
we're going to say, okay,
Ken Moon
shut
isn't
them down.
on this show, so we could answer the question for you, sir.
What question is it, Suze?
And we don't. If I listen to Ken Moon, I would try to figure that out for you, but I just don't know, sir. I'm very sorry. Yeah, no, and Ken Moon, I don't even think as of this week or last week has a radio show anymore. Let me see if I can get contact info for you. Hang on.
Suzanne, he's still going to be on KRDO.
Sure, hang on just a second here. Ken Moon. I'm sorry? KRDO's in the Springs.
No, he's still, listen, he's
not
still
Wyoming.
He's going to be
Is
on
that it though? KRDO, Ken Moon?
And a separate Wyoming station.
Oh, and he's in Wyoming? Oh, okay, wow. Okay, around the house. Oh, I see that number you're calling, sir. Yeah. Ew, okay, hang on just a second.
Representing many wonderful people whose lives have been devastated by a crash caused by a truck. Our firm has those results that prove our hard-earned expertise in trucking cases. And because we take righteous cases on a percentage fee basis, good folks from all walks of life can take advantage of our services.
Okay, this is the only way I know to possibly get to Ken Moon to get that question answered. I'm just looking for a phone number, sir. Hang on. Contact information.
They just gave us all a new iPhone 13.
So we both got the same great deal. Yeah. Get iPhone 13 on us with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans for every customer, current, new, everyone. To show the love.
Okay, try this. You got a pin?
$799.99.
719 575 6316. That's the best number I know to give you.
I got 100.
And yeah, I hope you get your answer you're looking for, sir. You have a really nice day.
Throw out all the spam.
Hey, Suze.
Bye.
30, 40 a day, but
Suze, out of
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? Kim, hi, in a sentence or less. What would you like to talk to Tom about on the show today?
Are we going to be in out music?
All right, hang tight. Listen to the phone. Hang on just a minute.
Are you the one doing the phones, or is Mark?
Both of us are.
Okay, I'm going to go right to Terry.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead, open that little envelope of savings to see if you want
15 seconds.
All right, good. Thanks.
There's nothing to buy or do to cash in. Just thousands of real winners winning real prizes, no strings attached. No purchase necessary, void or prohibited.
Yeah, I got you.
See specially marked Valpak envelopes for details.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Terry, you have a comment on what we're talking about and how much pain people are willing to endure. Go ahead, Terry.
Yes, Tom, hi. I listen in from Alaska, and I agree. Just hear me out on this. I agree with Mark, and I got to say, Tom, a little bit seems like you're drinking a little bit of that lefty Kool-Aid, and here's why.
Oh no, I'm not. I hate what's going on with the country. But Terry, what do you mean you agree with Mark? You agree that there are a ton of people dissatisfied, right?
With Biden, yes, and so.
Oh, and I agree with Mark. I agree with Mark. What I was saying is, this is all I'm saying. You'll be shocked at how many people are not.
Well, that's where I disagree with you, because you got to understand the media in Hollywood has been up against. Look at the polls. when Trump was going to run.
Okay.
How manipulated it was, and then when everything came out, everybody now really questioned all the polls out there because they were so inaccurate.
So Mark,
Mark,
and you think that I am overestimating even that 30% or 35% of the people willing to endure this pain. You're saying there's even less than that.
It's not even close.
Bingo. Mark,
I don't even think.
okay,
I don't even
that's a fair comment. I mean, because I do believe that 30%, Mark, and it shocks me that there's even that many. But are there even more closeted? I know. And Kim, we're going to come to you if you want to hold. Kim, if you want to hold on, we'd be glad to come to you as well. And we're going to talk about how this affects us in the pocketbook. I'm not going to tell you how to vote, but I'd love to hear from you.
Are you thinking about selling your home?
Beautiful work.
Yeah.
We've had a couple of prototypes.
Let me see it again. Oh, it doesn't even have packaging or anything. You going to do trials? Are you going to be able to say it helps hair grow?
Hey, Michelle. Hey, Doc, what's going on?
Yeah, you got it. Come on, man. If you can say
who
it.
Is it?
It doesn't have to say help hair grows, but it needs to say like...
Sheldon? Ike, okay. And just remind me what the issue is again.
Or maybe used in conjunction with Rogaine or
Okay,
whatever.
and they haven't done anything?
The experts I trust. Go to waterpro.com.
It felt like an oil, like a vegetable oil.
Yeah.
It smells
Oh, great.
It actually smells a little like tequila. I'm not quite sure why.
Well, and
Do they have a?
have you talked to Kim?
What else is in the pipeline? So this.
Kim Garcia? Isn't Kim the manager of the complex?
John Kirby, the National Security Council's coordinator for strategic.
Okay, let me try her again.
Russia has shattered security in the region.
That security environment is permanently now changed. It's not changing. It's not a real change. It has changed. And so we have to take the threat that Mr. Putin and his military poses to the NATO alliance seriously.
The Secret Service is getting parts of Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony at the House Select Committee. The former assistant to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows testified that on January 6th, the former president was upset after his security was not driving to the Capitol and crashed.
Hey, this is Doc with the Tom Martino Show. I'm calling about the leak in Michelle's apartment that's been going on for about 2 years, and she's trying to get the leak taken care of. Is there any way that you put me in touch with somebody who can help get somebody out there to fix the leak?
Police video shows the arrest of 36-year-old Randy Fox in a gun charge. He was put in the back of a police van with no seatbelt, and when the officer driving the van stopped short, Fox slammed his head into a wall and called for help.
Say it again?
Overflow from the kids upstairs.
Oh, it's overflow from the people upstairs?
It's not a leak in the pipe. Dragged him out of the van and roughly.
Oh, boner cream would be great. Hey, you guys have a round. I'll invest in a boner cream. That shit would be crazy, man. It shouldn't be that hard. No, it shouldn't be. Well, okay, the problem is it's a boner cream that you don't need a prescription for. That's the fucking deal. With FDA approval for about $80 billion. Yeah.
They want your money. They'll take it. They can take your paycheck and bank accounts too. Even threaten your home or business. Take on the IRS alone. If you owe back taxes, the smartest thing you can do is call Optima Tax Relief. The experts at Optima specialize in a powerful IRS tax assistance program.
That is smart.
Their clients that qualify are saving thousands. Starts the process to stop the demand letters, stop aggressive collection actions, and stop the IRS from targeting you. But don't delay.
And then you bring in other ingredients.
Now, while you still have options. is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau.
How nice is your the packaging facility? Not how nice, how automated is it? Is it 100% like it is semi still? Oh, that's pretty fucking good, man. That's better than most like breweries.
Hey, Michelle? Okay, she said the leak around the shower head was fixed, and the leak that was coming was from people overflowing the bathtub.
How long does it take it to retool? Let's your packaging, and then your next one is a double this size. Same thing. How long does it take you, or do you have multiple assembly lines, or do you retool it each time and do a run?
All right.
Yeah, they have to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, they have to do that. Just call Carrie back
She
and
should get
tell
this
us
guy on
that she has
first.
to do it. Otherwise, we're going to get on her case.
Yeah.
Okay? All right. So you want me to ask her? Can you
Peter Goldstein.
So you're trying to use the same shit all the time, basically. I mean, that's the goal. Bring people up to
Hi, Peter. Hi, it's Suzanne with the Tom Martino Show. How are you doing? Oh, okay. Oh, Suzanne with the Martino Show. How you doing today? Good. Did Kathy tell you what the call was about?
I toured oil company. This is your
Well, that's about what I have. A gentleman has been raising the 6-year-old daughter since she was born. The bio dad has been incarcerated for I don't know how long. I don't know if he's getting ready to get out. But mom is missing in action, and I know the courts are kind of warning our caller that, you may have to turn him over to the bio dad or in bio dad's family, unless mom wants to get back and comply with whatever her issues are, Peter. Tom will give you more information. He just sort of wants to powwow in general about what do people do when they've been raising someone since they were born. Like this.
Sometimes they might change
okay, listen through the phone. We're coming back from the top of the hour, so listen through the phone, and Tom will recap the story and then bring you on, okay?
79 cents a quart, and
appreciate your time.
Probably in the next hour.
Yes, Tom.
Sure.
Oh. Can you hear me, Tom?
If I can talk to her.
I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, Suze, listen, we got an expert, a guardian ad litem address this, too. If you want to bring her up right now, I can give you a number.
Oh, okay.
Most of them own like,
all right.
or most of them going to be.
If not, that's fine.
No, I've got Harris Law Firm one.
Oh, good, that's good.
Yeah,
but
and I can call that
person, too. I want a guardian ad
too.
litem to give that perspective of a guardian ad litem.
Okay, what's her name and number, or his name?
Go ahead, Ken.
Hey, it's Linda Wieneman.
Linda's just fine, that's fine.
Yeah.
Gabriel, it's Suze with Martino. Hang on a minute, okay?
303.
Great. Okay.
303-912-4842.
912-4842. I'll call her right.
Building supply. More inventory and better conditions at consumerstore.com. Now, your chance to win $1,000.
I have, last time I was in Golden, I was delivered.
Website. Bills. That's Bills. Enter it now at khow.com.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind where we are solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. This hour brought to you by Compass Insurance. Don't forget to get your insurance checkup free of charge. They're an independent broker who will look at 25 companies to see if you're paying too much for coverage or if you're underinsured. Don't be like the Marshall fires where they were 93% underinsured. They can never rebuild, and they lose all their equity. Compass Insurance, free insurance checkup, 303-996-9000. Now, Kim's got a comment on voting. We were talking about people and what pain they will endure for the sake of their political ideology. And I thought you'll be shocked at how many people will do that because they feel so strongly. They'll endure the pain of gas, inflation, and everything else that's going on in this country just to be right. Now, Mark, of course, and another caller said, I think you're overestimating it. I didn't say there were a majority. I just said that there is a tight-knit group, about 30, maybe 35%, that will never change. And to me, it's shocking that they stick to an ideology that's failing. They give Biden a vote of confidence, and they want to continue on this course. Kim, what do you have to say?
Well, my opinion is I voted for Trump on the last round, and if he was to run again, I would never vote for him again. I don't like Biden. I don't think he's a great president. I am an independent, and I would vote Biden just because I can't stand the way Trump treats people. I think he has no integrity. I think that he's loud, he's obnoxious, and after this abortion thing, it's like you're taking away all the women's rights. I am done. I will never vote Trump.
Even though that happened under Biden, that's pretty amazing, too. I mean, I know Trump got to put the Supreme Court people in there, but I don't see the Biden administration doing a damn thing, Linda, for what you're talking about, or I'm sorry, Kim. I don't see him doing anything. In fact, I haven't heard one thing from Biden or Kamala
but she
about
said
how
something,
they're going to restore women's rights.
Mark, but here's one thing she did say.
Mark reminds me of a typical Republican.
Okay, Kim, here's one thing that Kim is saying that's important. I want people to hear. She's saying, even though she doesn't like the way the country's going, she doesn't like it at all, she dislikes Trump more. That's what she's saying.
That's exactly what you were saying. You're right. There are some nutballs out there, Tom.
And Mark, it's not fair to call them nutballs because
she just started attacking
me,
so I come back over.
Kim,
Trump
Kim.
does. Throw a few bombs. I'll hit you with nukes.
Mark, let me talk to Kim, please. Kim, here's what I want to ask you, seriously. Do you think, though, let's say Trump got in office and you had enough Republicans to at least put the country on course away from some of the bad stuff happening, don't you have faith in maybe Congress and the courts to keep Trump in line?
No, I don't. I don't have confidence in the Republican Party at all anymore. However, if there was a different Republican running, that would be different. I would probably entertain the fact. I think Trump's a loose cannon. I think he's a wannabe dictator.
Okay.
And I don't want someone like that running the country.
All right, Kim, thank you. I have to go on. I have an expert here. I have two experts. I have an attorney from Harris Law Firm, and I also have Linda, who used to run the Guardian ad litem program for the state of Colorado, I believe, and she has a lot. I want to talk to her first real quick here. Linda, I appreciate you coming on. I just want to explain a situation to you.
Okay.
Now, Gabriel married a woman who already had a child, and now she took off with that child, okay? She took off with that child. That's a 14-year-old girl. Gabriel now has two other girls that are biologically his, and another girl. Yes.
That same lady?
Yes. So she had one before she met him, and they had two of their own.
That one and left him with the two biological.
Plus, there's another girl in the picture, a 6-year-old, who she had during an affair. So she had an affair.
6 years old?
Yeah. 6 years old.
Okay,
so Gabriel is raising
Okay.
two biological girls, and he's raising one girl from a baby, from an infant, who is now 6 years old. Okay?
Who's not his.
That's right. That's right. It was a product of an affair.
Marriage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now she's gone out of the picture, and now the biological dad and his parents, now the biological dad of that 6-year-old is in prison for drugs. He has a long history of prison. He is in the picture looking for custody. And there was a guardian ad litem appointed for the kids. They said, go ahead.
Was the guardian ad litem appointed in a domestic relations case, in a child protective services case? What kind of case was it?
Gabriel, what kind of case was it?
It's a child protective service case. My kids caught a CPS case.
So the mother has a CPS case.
Yeah,
So
she has an
child
open investigation right now.
Yes, and that's
Okay,
why she
so-
took off, Lynn. That's why she took off.
Okay, so did they file a case or they investigated the case?
Yeah, they filed the case. There's an open case right now.
Okay, and there's a GAL, and that GAL is representing the interest of your 2 biological children and the 14-year-old and the 6-year-old?
Yes.
The case
Yes.
involves all 4 kids? All 4.
That's
Okay.
right. Now, Linda,
Okay.
here's what's going on. The judge granted custody of that 14-year-old who's on the run with mom and said he can keep his biological girls. But
Wait, hold up. Just so I understand. The judge granted custody of the 14-year-old to who? To Gabriel or to the
yes,
mother?
to Gabriel. Mm-hmm.
To Gabriel. Okay,
And
but the kid is on the run with the mother, so you don't
That's
have
right.
physical custody.
That's right. And then
Okay.
the judge said, basically, the report's pretty cool with the 2 biological kids. In other words, he's not in danger of losing them. However, he indicated that, or she, I don't know if the judge, male, female, doesn't matter. The judge indicated that he may lose custody of that 6-year-old because they like to keep biological families together.
Right.
And Gabriel's asking, what are the chances of that? I mean, he's had her from an infant. He changed her diapers. He fed her bottles. What are the chances of that, do you think?
Well, these cases are very, very fact-specific, right? So I don't know what the situation is with the biological dad, but he has rights to that child. Is his name on the birth certificate for that kid?
Yes, ma'am, he is.
Yes.
So he is the biological parent. So what the Child Protective Services does is they try to help biological parents retain custody of their children, right?
Wow.
So they're gonna get involved with that dad. They're gonna create a treatment program for that dad. He's the biological father, right?
But
Now,
don't they think
Gabriel,
about the
you may be-
child?
hold up,
Don't they
hold up.
think about the
Of course they do. That was my next statement. At the end of the day, the guiding principle in all CPS cases is what is in the best interest.
And as a
The
6-year-old,
law sees that most kids are best off with their biological parents, right?
Really?
But there are many, many exceptions, and again, very fact specific, right? So it's going to depend on what Gabriel does, what his dad does. But Gabriel raised that baby since the baby is 6 months old. You have the right to become a special respondent in the case, right? You have the right to pursue custody. But they are going to check out the dad, and they're also going to check out the dad's extended family, right? Like grandparents.
Yeah.
But you have every right to pursue custody of that child. And again, the law is going to look at, well, what's the history of this record? It sounds like you've been a good stand-up guy, right? And raised this little girl since
from
she's
not
6,
not
very
6
involved
months
with
old,
her.
from 6 days
So
old.
if dad's in prison and it's just sort of a low life, and he'll probably drop out, but the court is going to investigate him as an option.
Okay, well that's
And I
good
think
news.
It's
At
really
least
important that you be in touch with the guardian ad litem. The guardian ad litem carries a lot of weight, right? Because guardian ad litem's client is the best interest of the children, the best interest of that 6-year-old.
Thank
So
you,
again,
Linda. Yes.
that guardian ad litem is in a position to argue, look, even though we look at biological parents first, this person has had this child, been a psychological parent to this little girl for 6 years. And the law recognizes psychological parents.
Well, then he's got to get himself a good attorney to fight this or something. But Linda, thank you very much. I got to move. I got to move on. You've been a world of information. And I want to talk to Peter over at.
Thanks, Lynn.
I want to talk to Peter over at Harris Law. Peter Goldstein with Harris Law Firm. Harris Family Law, a great firm for this. They do stuff like this. You heard the discussion. Can you just weigh in very quickly?
Sure. I would indicate, take a look. There's a statute, 14-10-123, which allows a party, including parents, but also a person other than the parent who's had physical care of the child for a period of 182 days or longer, to petition the court for an allocation of parental responsibility. So Gabriel could seek an order of the court assigning him parental responsibility and parental rights, even though he's not the biological parent. Yes, dad could fight him on it, or dad could seek to have parenting time. But the court has to make a decision under 1410-124, what's in the best interest of this child, and that's where the TR.
Let me ask you this. I'm just asking this as an attorney who's done this. Is there a chance that he could get custody because he's had her from day one?
Yes, there is a chance. It really depends upon, the court has to make an assessment of what's in the best interest of this child, and that means it has to examine things such as what is the ability of the bio dad to take care of this child, to
does he? Am I
life.
correct in does he have a house? Does he have enough bedrooms? Does he make enough money?
Yes, and what happens is oftentimes courts look not just to the testimony of the parties, but also appoint a child and family investigator or a parental responsibility evaluator to visit homes of both parties that are seeking.
Yeah. Now,
to have,
what if the guy in jail? And we are really running overtime, but I need to ask you this: what if the guy in jail? What if the guy in jail has good parents that want to help? Will they take that into consideration, or do grandparents not have a say?
Well, they too could apply to court or petition the court for rights as grandparents, but dad can't do it for them. Dad has to show what ability he has to parent this child.
Okay, good. That's what I wanted to know. Harris Family Law, 303-515-5000.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks. 303-515-5000.
Each week on the Martha Stewart podcast, the woman who's done it all, from TV to magazines to radio and more, engages in intimate, in-depth interviews with some of the world's most fascinating.
Okay, have a good one. Bye-bye.
Case up.
Gabriel, do you have any other questions?
Than what we were told almost every time.
I think, man, you probably got to try to get an attorney if you're going to fight this.
Okay, he has an attorney.
Stewart podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
CentryRV.com, CENTURY. They have new and used RVs. You will love these people. You know, they're such good people. They have the great prices even during inflation, and no supply chain, man. They have tons of fifth wheels, camper trailers, pop-ups, Class A's. Go see them. They are great, and you will have an easy time walking around there. It's up at exit 240 and I-25. That's right near Longmont exit, or at the Longmont exit, but you go on Frontage Road on the east side. CentryRV.com. They're building a giant facility for their for servicing their customers. 303-453-1111. Empower Reverse Mortgage. Mark Massey. I know him. I talked to him the other day, and he said, Tom, people are coming out of the woodwork because they're so nervous about interest, what they want to know what to do. And he's saying there are still products that can help them. And what you need to do is talk to Mark about a reverse loan. In fact, you will not get pressured, but he'll answer each and every question, especially regarding interest rates and how they affect you. Some people want to use a reverse loan to stay in their home, get assisted living, whatever, or they want to fix up their home or save their home from foreclosure. EmpowerReverse.com, EMPOWER, EmpowerReverse.com. His helpline for question 20500-7719, 720-500-7719.
You know, I've talked about Blue Sky CBD for quite some time.
Hey, listen, Dragon, I know you're not supposed to move spots, but I swear to you, you can have two back-to-back. I mean, I trafficked it.
What is what? So, yeah,
they think something's going. They don't think.
But it's not your problem. It's traffic.
Right. And I assume he was talking about the guardian. He might have been talking about the court-appointed attorney. I'm not sure. But
hey, Mark.
Someone thinks he's sketchy.
Mark.
Hey, Doc.
Yeah.
Well, listen to this. This is what CNN is saying about this Trump thing. In a show of bravery, a 26-year-old reported that she had been told blah, blah, blah about this whole thing. So it wasn't even first-hand or second-hand.
I have no
idea. Third-hand report.
No, she's talking about the person who testified today.
No, this was yesterday.
The woman who testified yesterday was hearsay.
It was not only it was third person, and CNN is calling it bravery forward to report a third-hand
Are you
incident.
are you even listening to what he's saying? That testimony was all hearsay. She did not witness that.
Tom, I knew that before even people were saying it. Of course it was bullshit. You're going
And
to
the
have an
person who
80-year-old
told her
guy
didn't witness
diving
it either.
through a limo
That's what's so
to
crazy.
grab the wheel that's the president of the United States. It is so over the top. Of course it's bullshit. The actual FBI agent she was talking about came out and said none of that shit happened.
Right, and the two Secret Service agents are willing to testify under oath
that it didn't happen.
But think of how fucking stupid the story was. Here's an 80-year-old or however old Trump is. He's jumping through the back of the limo to take control of the limo to drive somewhere and overpower Secret Service.
Right,
Give
and not
me
only
a
that,
fucking break.
but a Secret Service agent is going to explicitly not follow when the President of the United States says, "Take me to the Capitol." A Secret Service agent is going to override that and say, "No, I'm not taking you there."
It was just, it's all bullshit, man. It's like, who's that Cheney lady? Oh, my God. Worst Republican ever. I don't even know how. I can't wait till she is tossed out on her ass. Yeah, Liz Cheney. That's how they're basically saying, oh, this is bipartisan. She's more partisan than anybody.
Well, this thing is that they even put a third.
It's fucking Russia, man. It's Russia, Russia, Russia.
It is.
They're going to throw shit at the wall till it sticks on them. The funny part is nothing sticks. It just doesn't matter. Now, saying that, I hope DeSantis runs because too many people do have a bad taste about Trump. But DeSantis will do the same shit, but he won't fucking put his foot in his mouth and call every reporter a scumbag, even though they'll be doing it to him.
Right, and they won't be. He won't be on Twitter every 2 minutes. My ex-wife lives in Florida, and she says everybody in her community loves DeSantis. The whole state is basically crazy about him.
There.
What?
He'll sweep in Florida.
Oh, yeah.
I hope he tosses Disney out on their ass. I hope he raises their taxes just in their little district.
Hey, Mark, what do you think about the primary today?
I think all the money the Democrats spent trying to get the...
At coloradogov.org. Desk Talk Station. Online. Ahow.com.
Oh, yeah, they wanted a weaker candidate to go against...
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. I want to talk to Mary, who called in. Mary, go ahead. What is your thought on this thing, on how much the country is willing to endure, and if I am overestimating the love and the dedication of progressives? And by the way, I am not criticizing anyone for what they feel. I want to know what they feel. Go ahead, Mary.
Okay, so I agree with what the woman said before. I can't remember her name. Trump is a jerk. He's abrasive. He's a narcissist. However, for the best of the country and people who can't afford to put gas in their car and can't afford to buy a pound of bacon, then, I mean, how can she vote for Biden? You have to think about everybody else, and you don't vote for a person. You vote for their policies and procedures. However, having said that, especially with the abortion change ruling, which I support, however, most 30-year-old women don't, so I would hate for Trump to run again. If he runs again, every middle-aged woman is going to vote against him because of all his baggage. So
Mary, let me ask you something. Mary. Do you think if he ran head-to-head with Biden, if Biden did run again, do you think Biden would win?
I don't think he would win. But
those polls are out, Tom. Trump would win right now.
I agree with Mark. However, it would be such a divisive country continuing.
Well, it is now too.
Supreme Court ruling. Yeah, but it is
now.
Worse. At least we're all in this water together of higher interest rates and gas and immigration. So at least I think with the red wave coming, it can get better as long as it's not Trump. If I had to pick a candidate, it'd be Ron DeSantis and Candace Owens.
Hey, Mary.
Hey,
though,
Mary.
I agree with Mary there, but wouldn't you be afraid, Mary, that, let's say DeSantis, don't you think they're going to make him out to be the same thing, and I mean the media in general or mainstream, is going to make him out to be that same Trump guy? Oh, he's nothing but Trump 2.0 or whatever. Don't you think? And then Twitter will take him off and Facebook will demonize him.
Hold on. I want to ask Mary a question, and that's the reason I have them call, is because I want to hear from you. So, Mary, you believe in a head-to-head battle that Trump would win. Do you think we will ever get past being a divided country? I mean, a lot of people said that Biden would be a uniter, but every time he gets to the podium, he blames someone else for something. I swear to God, I don't understand it. And he was supposed to be a uniter. Do you think he is a uniter?
Oh my God, no.
Do you think we will ever?
String a sentence together.
That's like asking, do you think he's a woman?
Here's what I want to know. Do you think?
That's my point. That's my point. That's why Trump lost.
Okay.
Because
thank you, Mary. Appreciate it.
Against Trump.
All right. Thank you, Mary. I do appreciate your comments. Anyone else can comment or call with a problem, question, complaint, 303-713-TALK. For Panacea, I asked about efficacy. I asked about ingredients. I asked about labels. When someone is out shopping, now I know the easy answer is look for Panacea Life. Look for Panacea Life Sciences. They will, because I know from use and from recommendations, I know they work. But what do? How do people evaluate a product if they want to? Jamie, if they look at the ingredients, if they look at the label, how do they evaluate CBD products?
Well, I like your easy answer about looking at Panacea Life. We put a lot of love into our products, but the first thing I would do is say buy from Colorado. Okay, you have out-of-state listeners, but
yes.
Colorado has fantastic regulations about how these things are produced. There have been a couple of papers that have just come out that I think we talked about this last time, Tom, that in 1999, 75% of the products did not contain what was on the label. Meaning that if you thought your product had 25 milligrams of CBD per serving, more than likely it had 0 or much less than what.
See, how do they get away with that?
Well, that's the reason why Colorado put in regulations. Okay, so the one thing that we can tell your listeners, if they decide they don't want to try Panacea products, is to look for the QR code on the label. Colorado requires that for CBD products. And people can take their smartphone, hold it over the QR code, and it takes them straight to the batch release records. And that's what they're looking for, is what testing has been put into place for that product and shows that that product actually has the CBD in it and does not contain THC levels that are out of specification, meaning you could possibly get high from that product. One thing I would like to add is that, 4 years ago, 75% fail. As of today, a study that just came out said that 50% still fail to meet quality control.
You know what I think? I think there, and I wanted this, I swear to God, Jamie, I don't know, I think I told you guys, an independent testing lab, like a UL laboratory, where I go out, or the company goes out at random and picks CBD products, tests them, and then reports, has a website where you can look them up. I'm serious.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the FDA is actually, the U.S. government, I know we're not big on U.S. government right now, but they're actually put out grant funding to do exactly that, to be a neutral party that will pull.
Is anyone taking them up on it?
I haven't seen who's actually awarded the grants. We done on action, but we're going to be a little bit biased in terms of how we look at the results. But it's a great idea, and if somebody out there has the testing capabilities, we'd be happy to work with them to try and make sure that.
Man, I would love to establish an independent testing lab.
Well, Jamie, the USP will do that, but is it because marijuana is still illegal federally that USP won't get involved?
USP doesn't have the protocols right now to actually take the stuff on.
All right.
Doc, so
Panacea Life, it's realcbdthatworks.com. Tim, what is your comment on the situation in our country and what people are willing to endure? Go ahead.
Is this me?
Yeah, it's you.
All right. Well, I can understand, people not wanting to vote for Trump if he's the Republican nominee in the 2024 election. But it's not the person. I know he's he's pretty narcissistic, self-centered person, but all of his policies were so much better for America than what Biden's policies are. If you voted for Biden in 2020 and you still think the country is headed in the right direction, you're not being very smart and being realistic regarding, the policy.
Put it like it is, low on the IQ chart.
So, Tim, thank you for your comments, though. The bottom line is he's saying he can hold his nose and vote. Hold on. I'll take Larry's comment and more, consumer problems and everything right after this.
Run. I don't think he will. The problem is he still owns the Republican Party right now, but I don't think he will. 2 years is a long time at his age. Very true.
Hey,
well, that's
if you could do me, Dragon, if you could do me a favor, man.
Yeah.
Let me have audio right before I start my spot so I can know when it ends, man. Otherwise, I have no clue.
Okay, I'm still cutting it too close for you.
Well, there's no closeness. I don't hear anything. I hear Mark talking, and then you say go.
Gotcha.
I don't care if you even the last spot. Play the whole last spot.
You got it, boss.
Yeah, I'll put something together. We've got very few. All I do is 10-second quickies on there. But they're so
you know about the illegal immigration crisis until you listen to Redfield America. This week we tell the story of a decision that changed the face of America, literally. Listen to Redfield America every week on the free iHeartRadio app. That's Redfield America.
Let's talk about estate planning. BlakeHarrisLaw.com. Estate planning is necessary for everyone. Whether you need a simple will or a trust will combination, you want to protect yourself from lawsuits, you want to even offshore trust, or maybe you want a trust to protect your heirs, your kids, from squandering your wealth or their wealth. And you can do all of that. And you know what's great? You can ask BlakeHarrisLaw.com. You can ask Blake questions free of charge at 833-ASK-BLAKE. 833-ASK-BLAKE. Free of charge, no obligation. Then if you hire him, he'll quote his rates up front for whatever you want him to do. 833-ASK-BLAKE. All right. Another place you can get free information, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. He will do an analysis of your home and what you'll come out with and what you can buy and all of that. Frank Duran will do this free of charge. Obviously, he's in business to help you buy stuff and to list homes, but there's no pressure. He just wants to know the market. So call for your evaluation and your discussion free of charge. 303-920-1622. Duran, therealestateman.com. Perhaps you're in the market right now for a reverse loan because you have equity. And you're thinking, you know what? I need to look into this because I need to save my house right now, or I need money in the bank for an emergency or a line of credit. ApprovalReverse.com can walk you through the process, tell you the pros and the cons, and let you know everything you need to know. I've known her for years. That's Joan Sullivan and her team. 303-771-3528. 303-771-3528.
Hi, this is David Nestor.
HOA.
That worked out fabulously.
Excellent.
One lunch hour.
Troubleshooter show you mind hanging on for a quick moment?
778.
Yeah.
No one appreciates the American dream as much as Romania.
We get a lot of hate mail. We get so much fucking hate mail.
I don't think so, Mark. I think you have to
hate when we talk politics.
I think you have popular opinion, Mark.
Hey, John, it's Suze with Martino. Just giving you a call over this HOA stuff. I'll try you again in a few minutes.
No, I'm not. I'm
Troubleshooter show. What is your first name?
We're doing politics.
Tom?
No,
Hi, innocent and Mark, what would you like?
If you truly listen, I am not doing it like other people do.
That's okay. No problem. Bye-bye.
No, but let me tell you, anytime you say, I'm not being political, I assure you we're getting ready to be political.
But I'm not. Have I sounded biased in one way or another?
No, you try to keep it middle of the road. I think sometimes that kills you, though, because you try to keep it middle of the road. These lefties are fucking nuts.
It doesn't kill me because I have you. See, I am the oyster. You are the irritant. and the result is a pearl.
Now you sound like Suzanne.
No, think about it. You got the oyster me, you got the irritant you, the little gnat.
I'm going to rename these fucking things.
But the result is a pearl.
How about you're wrong and I'm right?
Except I don't make comments of right and wrong. I just state like I'm surprised at this or that. I never say definite facts that I really don't.
No, actually, Jamie just put it right. You're the instigator poking the stick at me.
Okay, good. But still the result.
I'm the pearl in the oyster.
No, the pearl is what results from both.
You're the oyster, I'm the pearl.
You're the irritant. You have to have the irritant. Listen, do you know how pearls are formed? You have to have something in there that
you're the stick, I'm the beehive.
And the pearl encapsulates the irritant.
Exactly.
So I am encapsulating you with
He's
pearl.
now Tom the science guy.
The oyster secretes a kind of mucus
Doc.
which hardens into a
This
pearl.
from the guy that got kicked off Match.
So I'm secreting
Doc, you'll
mucus
never live
on
that down.
I've never met anybody kicked off Match.
I'm secreting my mucus on you.
Yuck.
Nice. As long as you keep that dinger in your pocket.
You are getting a little personal.
Jamie and the guys are working on something that might help you out, actually. It's boner cream.
Dear.
Hi there. Yeah, this is all in one. Hair cream, boner cream.
Oh, yeah. It'll also make your hair grow. It makes everything grow.
Oh. Hey, Ryan, how are you?
How's it going?
Good.
If you're thinking about
Okay, that's as far as I'm going to go.
Oh, that was good.
I love that stuff. I
Now we got about 30 seconds, John.
I'm going to try some.
Go ahead and keep it. I've got one more. Let's see if I can get some more sales.
I got a natural part back here. I'll put it on.
Oh, you're really going to try it back there, huh? You're.
It's for it's not for hair growth though. It's for
I know I heard what it's for.
I'm gonna have you apply it each night.
3939. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let's talk to Larry. Larry, what is your comment, sir? What do you think the country is willing to endure or not endure?
Well, hey, Tom and Mark, I'm really surprised how much people will, how much they hate somebody enough, like your caller Kim, to where they will endure that compared to policies.
That's the point I was trying to make. That's the point I was trying to make, that I think that Mark will be shocked at how many people are willing to sacrifice all benefit.
And my point was there's not that many of them. There's not many nuts like Kim.
I don't know. I think maybe.
You know, a lot of people right now, Tom, we kind of live in a little bit of a different world, but there's a lot of people right now making the decision, do we go on vacation with the kids this year or do we put them in sports? Because either way, it's going to be $500 or $1,000 and you can only afford one.
I don't know.
Yeah,
man.
you know, there's a lot of stuff with Trump I didn't like. You know, you know, he could be a bit real pompous at times. I didn't like the way he tweeted.
I thought he was a bit quiet.
I like his policies.
I wish he was a little more boisterous.
What do you know what today's is? Here's today's approval rating. Listen, today, this is a conglomeration of all polls put out by, it's called a Project 538. These people do a great job of taking polls together and averaging them out. Right now, disapproval, 56.1%. Approval, this is what shocks me, not because I'm Democrat or Republican, but because I can't believe there are 39% who approve of the way they're going. And you say that's not accurate. One caller said polls are not accurate when it comes to that. What do you think?
Well, we learned that big time during the Trump election. What, they have Hillary, some polls had Hillary winning by 7.
Larry, do you think that's accurate? 39% are happy.
I don't think it's accurate, but I think there's probably, you know, a 5 to 10% margin of error in that. But I think there's a lot of people out there that they hate so much that they'll vote somebody.
That's exactly the point. That was the point I was making, is that I think,
just so you know, this Project 5, what do you call it? 530 what?
Products.538.com.
You know who owns it?
No.
It's a subsidiary of Disney.
But, Mark,
oh, my God, Tom,
Mark,
that's as left as it gets.
Mark, listen, I'm telling you that they are. You can take the polls and they're averaged. It's math. I'm not disputing this. This is math. I mean, you like it or not. Do you really think they're going to go in and up his ratings on purpose to mislead you?
No, what they do is they take the CNN, the MSNBC, and every poll that makes sense, and then combine them all into a super lefty poll owned by ESPN and Disney.
You ought to look at the site.
It's like looking at a Fox News poll. When Fox News
it
does
really
a poll,
isn't, Mark.
Okay.
It is very, very well done. You ought to look at it before
I'll look
you
at
criticize. No, seriously, look at it. And then you can see polls, all polls of likely or registered voters, and polls of adults. But I think that it's very telling as far as. But I mean, why do you think? Here it is. If they boosted him to 39%, Mark, why wouldn't they boost him to 45%? By the way, his best approval rating was August. I don't know what happened in late August 2021. What happened?
Just COVID.
That was his best approval. And it was 46.
Oh, my God, they actually formed with the New York Times, too. You know what? I'm going to say it's all crap.
Oh, come on. I mean, look. All right. It would be crap if they took one poll. But
it also depends on how the questions are formulated. That's a
yes,
big thing
don't
with
you
polls.
hate Trump like we do? And you can answer this. Yes, there is no.
Well, in any case, all of the polls show roughly the same thing anyway, no matter who does them, even when Fox does them. The Fox's poll, it's not much different than this.
What do you think is the big? What do you think? Just a single poll? I mean, I don't know. I don't even know who I'd look at.
I don't know.
I think they all are trying, like Doc said, they're either asking the question the way they want the answer, or they're polling people that are,
what is the big? Who are the biggest?
Direction.
Let's see. Now, hold on. Fox News has them at 39%.
What about Quinnipiac, whatever you pronounce that?
Who?
The Quinnipiac.
I don't know.
That's supposed to be pretty good.
Anyway, go ahead, Larry. Comment on. Oh no, we had Larry. Bill, go ahead, Bill. Oh, he's gone. Okay. 303-713-TALK. I don't know if Larry. I think I took. Okay, yeah. So we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Oh, I see you fixed it, Suze. I was just about to do it.
Troubleshooter Show, what's your first name? John, hi. John, is this the one with the HOA?
No, and then you also, really, man, hey, it's the Uniter coming.
Oh, okay. Was that from last week? Remind me.
He ran as a Uniter. And, I mean, that was pretty powerful right then, because Trump was.
Okay.
You know,
did you email him over yet?
I think his downfall.
Yes. So, what kind of information are you talking about?
To be quite frank.
Oh yeah.
I guess it was a little bit of a honeymoon.
No
but
problem.
I think when his own people.
Blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. And right now, save 45% off any order. Just use code RADIO at checkout. Blindster.com.
Okay, if you're in an accident, you don't want to waste time. You don't want to be a number. You don't want someone to take your case and then not work because they have other bigger cases, because that's what they advertise, the biggest. You want them to take your case no matter what size it is. John Fuller will do that. John Fuller will talk to you, give you an honest assessment of your case. He's my accident lawyer on this radio show. He's our expert, and he can be yours at myaccidentlawyer.co. Call John for a free evaluation of your case. If he takes your case, he works on a small contingency. He will be available to you by his private cell phone, and you're not just a number. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500.
Hi there, it's Savannah.
Yeah, you can, absolutely. How come no one said anything to... Oh, actually, I heard they did say shit to him on iPhone, and he just didn't want to listen. I mean...
This week, we'll help you plan your summer getaways, from an epic camping trip to a relaxing staycation.
Did you see that fentanyl story over the weekend? 150,000 pills they busted 2 guys in California with. 150,000 on a traffic deal. All packaged, ready to go. 150,000, enough fentanyl to kill 1 million plus. They let them fucking go. They booked them into the jail. Whatever they, instead of a judge or whatever, they have people come in and talk to you. And if they think, you can't afford an attorney or you're downtrodden or whatever, then they don't set a bail. So they said 0 bail and cut them fucking loose. Of course, they're going to be back in Mexico by now. I mean, it's the fucking craziest thing. Really did. You're trafficking 150,000 pills, and they let you fucking go. Who the fuck wants that? Do you know anybody that wants that?
I'm
Maybe
sorry.
Kim from fucking Boulder wants that.
This is disapproval rating. Hold on. Hold on.
Is covered by most insurance, including Medicare.
Approval
rating. Serve your home.
Okay. No, this
great. Really went above and beyond. It's wonderful to have care come to your home.
House calls are back, and they're better than ever. Learn more at Dispatch.
Oh my God! So it's triple.
Patient Robert Patterson, a veteran.
Well, and then I heard today. Listen to this one. They're testing all the street drugs at these FDA labs. They're testing, what are they, I say Valium and Ludes, but whatever they are, the Xanax, whatever the fuck they are. Almost every single one of them is fucking fentanyl now. So you go out on the street to buy someone's fucking pills the dentist gave them, and you're getting fentanyl, even though you think it's something else. They said it was like 90%. 90% of the drugs on the street have fentanyl in them now. So they're literally taking whatever a Xanax looks like and making it out of fucking fentanyl and selling it as Xanax. It's dirt fucking cheap. It's probably cheaper to make than fucking paper.
Why would someone want to make that over just giving, if I'm a Xanax seller, why would I want to make it fentanyl? And
they sell it. You think you're buying Xanax, you're buying fucking fentanyl because it's going to fuck you up and you're going to like it and you're going to buy more fucking fentanyl.
Secret garlic aioli recipe, Parmesan crisps, and pickle chips, all on a buttery.
And how come they got rid of these fucking Juuls, Jamie? I don't use Juuls, and I think they're fucking evil. I think they should have never allowed them to sell. But how do you fucking get rid of Juuls now, but you still don't get rid of fucking cigarettes? It's fucking stupid.
Bill Clinton, yeah, he did have pretty good ratings.
Winston's,
but George Bush.
It's money.
The moms and pops basically wanted the Juuls as being so heavy addicted that they wanted
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. There's not a lot of logic behind thought.
No, it's lobbying. You nailed it. It's all lobbying.
Barack Obama is great.
How about Pelosi and that DUI her husband got? They won't release that video. They're going to hold that so tight. When it comes out, you know the fucking guy's slosh beyond slosh. Hopefully he's talking about her. Well, you'd be slosh too if you married this bitch.
Oh my God, Mark.
Tom needs to hit him with the stick a couple more times.
Yeah, keep poking me, Tom.
More than 20 million Americans watch just over 30 seconds. Millions are making a switch to Newsmax. It's on all the cable and streaming platforms. If your cable system doesn't carry Newsmax, call them. If they won't carry it, switch to a system that does.
I'd have to have fucking bodyguards in other states.
Dude, at least I think you can have conversations here in Colorado.
Tune into Newsmax tonight for Brenna Van Sutton, Rob Schmidt, Eric Bowling, and a lot more. Make the switch to
Newsmax today. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind anywhere. And One Clear Choice Garage Doors will make sure your door is working all the time. 24/7, they'll come out if you have an emergency, which means like a broken spring, you can't open it. And if you have a pregnant wife and you need to get to a hospital, that would be a bad deal, wouldn't it? They also have not free inspection, but $80 on complete garage door systems. And all of their prices are disclosed at oneclearchoicedoors.com, the only garage door company I use, and they're great people. oneclearchoicedoors.com. And, okay. So,
my shout out?
Yeah, we have, okay. Doc is mystified with GoodRx.
Well, I got to tell you.
And gratified, too.
Yeah, this is unsolicited testimony. I went to fill a prescription yesterday I have my Medicare with a drug plan, and the cost of the prescription was $82. I used the GoodRx app, and it was $27.
Okay.
Now, I have no idea how that happened, but I can tell you the GoodRx doesn't cost anything, and if you put it on your phone, you have nothing to lose. But it saved me almost $60 on the prescription. It's amazing.
I have another app that saved me even more. I swear to you, it brings some prescriptions down to
But this was $60,
No,
Tom.
I know. I've had even bigger reductions, in my opinion.
Really?
Yeah, with some other apps. But here's what I don't know. How do they do it?
I
don't know.
have no
Mark,
idea.
do you know how it works? Jamie, do you know how it works?
I love freaking GoodRx.
But how does it work? How can they do it? How do they subsidize your drug? I mean, they're not making they don't charge you for it. So.
Hold on. Let me give you a good example. I had one prescription right before I was getting a nose surgery. I had to have this nose stuff. So it was $450 at Kaiser. I was like, you know what? I'll do without this nose stuff. So I download GoodRx because a listener said it, and I even signed up for the $10 a month at King Soopers, and I don't understand the model either because the coupons change stores all the time. But that particular one at King Soopers, it was $12, Jamie.
Now,
how do you go from
that,
450 to
400?
$12?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The GoodRx.
So, okay, but where is the money coming
it's
from?
amazing.
Why would a drug company say, yeah, GoodRx, you can have our drug way cheaper? And certainly, they're not getting paid by most people. Even if you get the premium at $10 a month, how is that paying for this? I don't understand
it. You got a generic, though, right, Mark?
No, same drug, man. Same exact thing. Same exact thing.
Anyway, James has a comment. Go ahead, James. What's your comment on the current topic? We were talking about the country, what it's going through. Like it or not, we can't say it's going through good stuff right now. I'm not placing blame on this show because that's not my place here. But what I am saying is it's not good. But will people endure it for the sake of being right and for the sake of their party and for the sake of politics? James, what do you think?
Well, I think, we didn't, being a veteran, and I'm looking at right now, we on the brink of maybe a nuclear or World War III, and Joe Biden been in politics for 50 years or more, and all he ever done seemed like was enrich his family. I mean, he worse than some person been on welfare. I don't know anything he done, but and he tricked people into believing that he was going to bring the country together. And look, Trump, I hear people calling him a narcissist and all these things, but Trump's life was an open book. Don't seem like anybody knew anything about Biden. I mean, everything, he don't take responsibility for anything that he does. Nothing. I mean, is this what we need as a president?
James, did you vote for Biden?
Hell, I mean, no. No way. No way. And that's why, you know what? You get what you vote for, because like Trump or not, hey, he did a lot of great things for this country. We wasn't in no wars, wasn't going on. He was securing the border. With gas prices was low. Hey, I'm a retired person, and it's not easy to make ends meet.
No, man. No, and it's no joke either when you're on a fixed income and, if you're on Social Security or...
Thank you.
It's insane right now.
By the way, Biden's numbers, again, there are polls specifically for Hispanic and black voters?
Oh, he's dropped Big time.
Now, here's something that I don't understand, and I presented this to somebody, and I said, I said it was a black guy that I know, and it's not Talib, by the way. Anyway, I said, let's talk about minorities and minority businesses more. They thrived, income thrived, lifestyle thrived more so for minorities during Trump than Biden. And they said they didn't agree that Biden brought more respect to the community. And no, seriously. But if you look at the numbers say that Biden is not good for minorities. The numbers say that. For minority businesses, more are closing now than ever. And Rod, what is your comment? Let me squeeze you in here. Go ahead, Rod.
I talked to a buddy
yes.
how much worse it is. But he said, you know what, I feel better. And to me, I kind of laugh at that. But I think there's a lot of feelings that people don't wake up anxious and everything else with Trump in there. And I love Trump. I'm a big supporter of it.
Okay, so Rod says some people say, well, I feel better now. I don't feel better now. I mean, I didn't necessarily feel great with Trump, but the country was doing better. Was it his fault or not? I don't know.
If you're a veteran, active duty military.
Carmen? Hi, it is Suzanne with the Tom Martino Show. How are you?
You know what? It's funny you say that.
I got your we got your voicemail. I'm not sure if you needed help or if you needed a referral. Did you need help with something, Carmen? If so, we would get you on the show to tell Tom about it first.
You know, when you're in your 20s, I don't know. Oh,
I'm sorry?
My generation, or I should even say our generation.
Oh, did you need help with something? Because if so, what we would do is get you on the show via telephone to tell Tom about your problem. Did you have a problem you needed help with?
I know it was before. I don't know.
Yeah, we're a live radio show, ma'am. That's how we help people. They come on the radio show, tell Tom about the issue, and then Tom either gets the team involved or tells you his best advice on solving your issue or resolving it. So that's just where we start. Tom's been on the radio for 40 plus years.
KRFX HD2 Denver. KHOW Denver.
Uncle Ron.
It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Did your people like it?
I mean, so.
Okay. Well, listen, you have our phone number, Carmen. You let me know what day. You just leave me a voicemail letting me know what day to call you for the show, and I'm happy to do that, okay? You're so welcome. Best to you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
There was no air that there was no water.
Well, it depends on how often you can
They
be here.
lost consciousness, and then they ended up.
And when we don't have
Is this closer? At the NATO summit in Spain, President Biden announced the U.S. is increasing troops in Europe.
Hi, Helen.
Good versus evil.
Hi, it's Suzanne with the Tom Martino Show. How are you?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm doing well, thank you. I got your voicemail regarding your landlord taking rent, but then he was his place was being foreclosed on, and so
saw it around you. Yeah, I didn't even see it. I mean, I got my GED when I was barely 16. So, I mean, there was nothing
yes,
traditional.
I heard that from your voicemail. Helen, we can certainly try to help or advise in your issue, but the first thing to do is to come on our radio show via telephone and tell Tom about it first. Do you have time to talk to him? Yeah, I can put you on hold now so you can talk to him here in a few minutes, or I can call you back a different day. We're live 10 to 2. Okay, then I'm gonna have you hold. You're gonna listen through the phone. We're on commercial break right now, but when you hear your name, you're gonna come on and tell Tom what's going on, okay? Great, hang on.
Yeah, I know. Well, so I voted for Obama twice. People fucking can't believe that shit. What killed me is I had the good years at the time. I had about 50 fucking employees. And all of a sudden, healthcare that was supposed to get better and cheaper and everything got fucking upended. He lied about everything, man. Everything that you could possibly lie about when it came to healthcare, he lied about. Until this day, I pay so much for healthcare, I fucking can't believe it. I can't believe it.
doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on your status. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or
But with Trump, if you look at it this way, you didn't even get to see what he did, because anything good he did was muted by any of the media, man. You know, Joe actually took credit recently for the vaccination, which is just unfucking believable to me. He literally took credit for it. Like, they're just trying to totally erase this fucking guy. If Biden was in office when that came, what was it, Operation Fast as Shit? Whatever it was, that shit wouldn't have happened. He would have waited to buy all the stock in the companies before he fucking did it. Or had his kid do it. Have Hunter do it.
Because he was born in Jamaica.
He'll never do that. Yeah, he would have been still there. Although the media didn't fucking help this guy, man. That whole Russiagate shit, it all came back on Hillary. We don't hear anything about it. How about, Shifty, whatever his name is. He just lied constantly, man. Oh, I talked to someone that saw that. Literally, every FISA warrant, everything was bullshit from the Clinton campaign. And now she's hackling about maybe running again. Excuse me, cackling.
No,
they'd be the best team.
This report is sponsored by Audible.
Yeah, I think they would too. He runs Florida very well. My parents hate Florida. Guess where they live? Florida, which is fucking amazing.
Just south of Hampton, south of Quincy. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a 20% chance for afternoon storms today, a high of 90.
Or some bullshit. Yeah.
And then it's true, though. Better chance for afternoon tomorrow with a high of 86, currently in the 90s. With your impact, traffic and weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin.
It's crazy, man.
This summer, fire up your imagination with Audible. Listen to comedies, thrillers, mysteries.
No, they're like Orlando, like 40 miles. You know where the, what's that huge, massive retirement community is? Biggest in the fucking villages. It's the villages, yeah. Boca Raton. No, it was not number 5. What was it? Del Boca Vista. Del Boca Vista. And remember, Kramer was going to be his puppet master, and Frank was going to run. But remember why he failed? He gave out fake tip calculators that were over tipping. $12 on a $20 bill, Morty?
I actually did not know if you won. Because without that instant win, there's nothing to buy or do to cash in. Just thousands of real winners win real prizes, no strings attached. No purchase necessary, void or prohibited.
Yeah.
Randomly inserted. See specially marked Valpak envelopes for details.
Now, your chance to win
Miami.
Gas money. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our
It's crazy. So we were going to go, did 35 days on the road. And we ended up skipping Florida. We went all the way to Hilton Head.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino. Let's talk and find out what we can do for you, what is new in your life. Welcome. 303-713-TALK is our number, and we have a number of topics going on. I want to remind you about Garage Magic for your garage floors. Do magic. I love coatings on concrete. I mean, to me, it just gives that finishing touch. Garages, patios, walkways. You know, You can even have them in some instances on decking, depending on how you do it. GarageMagic.com, good people, and what they'll do is give you an estimate and guarantee a lifetime of warranty there. 720-600-HOME, 720-600-HOME. Okay, so let's talk to you. What is happening, Helen? And our number is 303-713-TALK. Hi, Helen. What's going on? Are you there, Helen?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you now. Go ahead, dear. What's happening?
Yes, my name is Helen Fields, and I'm a newcomer to Utica. I recently relocated from Buffalo, New York to Utica.
Okay.
And I moved here last year as of September for me and my husband's anniversary, actually.
Okay.
And when I was looking at the house that I'm living in now, my niece did a video for me, so I was actually able to see the house from Buffalo to see whether I liked it, the home or not. And I agreed on it, and I sent the money, which was $1,400 for the security and the rent here. But it comes to my knowledge as of yesterday, I think y'all have it is the city code or something like that. I don't know whether I'm saying that right.
So hold on. Now, hold on. So you already sent the money. Are you living there now?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And what's wrong? Was something misrepresented?
Well, she didn't inform me that the home was getting ready to go into foreclosure, that she was delinquished on a couple of years of back taxes. And I haven't even been here a year. And the city department came and left a card on my mailbox, and my lower neighbor came and knocked on my door and said, you need to come and find out this, the city just took ownership of this house as of March. And I've been paying my rent every single month, and we
hold on. Are they hold on. Are they evicting you?
Yeah, they said we have 90 days to move. And if that's not bad enough, the water department is saying that they're getting ready to shut the water off because of non-payment of the water. And so my neighbor went down, which was the tenant downstairs, went and talked to the water company, and they gave us a 30-day extension. So really it's like instead of 90 days, I really have 30 days to find me somewhere to live because the landlord here didn't pay any water bill, any taxes.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you a couple questions here, Helen. During the 90 days, if you did stay, would they collect rent during that 90 days or not?
No, they told me that I did not. The guy told me that I did not have to pay any rent. Don't send her any rent.
Okay, hold on. Then what about you use some money and how much is the water bill?
Oh, I have no idea what the water bill is.
But maybe you can here's what, if you can ask the water company or the water district, can I make a payment at least to keep it on for the next 90 days?
She's not the owner, though. That's not going to happen.
And I don't think she's the only tenant. Is that correct?
No, it's a tenant. It's a tenant downstairs. And like I said, being that I'm here and I'm trying to learn where everything is. She's been here for like 4 years. So she did go and talk to the water company yesterday because, like I said, the water supposedly got cut off today for non-payment. And they gave us a 30-day extension.
Just 30 days. So so do you have 60 days to get out?
I have 90 days to get out. But it still seemed like it's not even, I can't even.
No. But I'm saying, do you have 60 days before the water is shut off?
No, 30 days.
I thought they gave you an extension.
To live there, not for the water.
The water off today.
Oh,
and they gave us 30 days extension. So in 30 days, the water will be shut off.
Okay.
But the city who have ownership of this house now, they say we have 90 days to move.
And by the way, Helen, they're being nice to you doing 90 days on a foreclosure and no rent. I mean, that's a good deal. If you could just get your water, that's a good deal.
Yeah, I think that's the goal right there because over the next 90 days, if you can get that water turned back on, you can save that rent money and go get another place.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to do. I just been frantically
Helen, listen. I want to give this to Deputy Smarty Pants here. That's what was his nickname. I want him to contact the water company. I think
Tom, I think what he does is contact the city and the water department, but the city, because the city is going to be the one ultimately that can only turn that water on. Maybe she can agree to pay for the water she uses.
Yeah, I'm saying maybe something can be worked out. Do you know if Smarty's listening right now? I think he is, because he just texted me.
Yeah, he's blown up my email over something.
Good. About the polls. I agree with him on that.
Yep.
By the way, Smarty Pants, this is a good one, because but Helen, I don't think there's anything we can do about the 90 days. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
And Mark, also, I would proactively call the electric company.
Well, maybe, but if it ain't an issue, I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't. No, hell no.
Well, if the
Are
water's
you
not...
paying your own electricity in that place?
Yes.
Okay. I recommend that you keep, if you're going to stay there 90 days and we can get the water turned on, you still have to pay those bills that are in your name. Otherwise, you're going to ruin your credit for another place.
And you should be able to save up $4,500 bucks.
I was paying my bills, and the sad thing was, because I'm on disability, and soon as my money came to my card, the landlord never had to ever call me, because as soon as my money went into my bank account, I would always send my rent off between 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
so
you're the good one. It's the landlord that's the dead.
No, we believe you, Helen. That sucks. That really sucks. Oh man.
I bet Marty can get something figured out, man. Listen, Utica, the city should be able to work something out. This poor lady.
Yeah. Helen, hang on. We're going to get you in touch with someone, so hang on. And Marty, we'll call this Utica Water. Let's just call it Utica Water right now, just so we can have something to call it. And we're going to give it to Deputy Smarty Pants. Okay, good. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Paul,
hold on. I want to ask you something, Tom. Do you think she'll save up the rent money over the next 3 months?
She better.
That's the thing that never happens when this scenario
I know, but
kicks.
man, I think the city is trying to be, unless it's a law, they have to do it. But I think 90 days, no rent, find another place. Man, you don't get better than that. And now we just got to work out the water. Paul, you need help with an appliance. What's happening, Paul?
Back in November of 2021, my refrigerator went on the fritz, and I called ZZ Appliance, and they ordered the part. The part came in March of 2021, only it was the wrong color. So they reordered the part.
What was the part that a color matters?
It was the drawer of the refrigerator. I have a gray refrigerator, and the part came in black.
Oh, I got it.
So they reordered the part.
Did they let you use the wrong one?
No, they would not put it in. So they reordered the part, and it came in June, the 1st of June. And they said they would come out and put it in, but then for some reason.
Now this is June of 2022, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So the part came in June, and then I got a call saying they would come out and put it in. Then I got another call saying that for some reason somebody ordered the drawer that there's 2 drawers in the refrigerator. And somebody ordered the drawer next to the first drawer. And they said, well.
So 8 months, you still don't have a drawer. That's what's
all right,
going on.
Hold on. And we'll come right back to you. I don't want to go long. Hold on.
Okay.
Dave Ramsey here for Water Pros. Let's talk about your water, a precious resource that's a part of life. Harmful cleaners, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals are dumped down the drain daily, and they don't just magically disappear. I trust Water Pros. Water treatment should not cost tens of thousands of dollars. Water Pros water treatment systems start at $21.95 installed. So contact Water Pros locally and veteran-owned, the experts I trust. Go to waterpros.net.
Colorado Pain Care Sport and Spine. That's what they call it. And I am so happy I went there. And I can honest to God say now, I am pain-free, and it's not just a temporary thing. You know, they follow you along. They'll do whatever is best. And first, they try everything minimal they can to get you out of pain with physical therapy and all of the treatments. They have nerve blocks, epidurals, and even spinal cord stimulators. What they do is they look to get you out of pain. And when they can get you out of pain easily, they do it. And when there's something more deep causing pain, they can find it. Like I said, I'm so happy to be associated with ColoradoPainCare.com. 303-GOT-PAIN. 303-GOT-PAIN. So many times when I do a spot for a defense attorney, people think I'm, you know, like encouraging drunk driving and all that. I'm not. But here's the deal. Life is not perfect. Some people make stupid mistakes. They try to calculate what they can drink and drive. They don't use transportation or a designated driver. But here's the bottom line. Joe Lazzara is someone that I trust and I've referred many, many times. And you can too. Either refer him or use him for yourself. Put the number down. Really. Because you never want to shop under pressure. Lazzara. 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200. And you can look for Joe at referralist.com. You know, investments and retirement, it's really, really shaky right now. Become the Banker has a solid plan where you can grow money tax-free if you follow their advice. Tax-free. Now, here's the bottom line. What you do is you put the money away each month, however much you can, and what you put in there will grow tax-free. And then you borrow from that fund instead of using your credit card. But here's the secret. When you pay it back, pay it as if it's a credit card with the extra interest and everything. And then that money will also be growing tax-free until retirement. That's how you build your nest egg. BecomeTheBanker.org for more information.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous?
I'm good. How about you?
Oh my God, I couldn't believe how good it was.
Good.
I love that daughter. She is a fucking mean girl, man. I like her.
Yep.
Hell yeah. I like him a lot too. I like how, you know, once you get stamped, you're in the club or you're over the ledge.
Yeah.
There ain't much of an in-between on Yellowstone.
YourMoneyYourRetirement.com.
I love it. And then the casinos try to come in. It's just a good, it's a good story. Yeah, did you see that though? And they've been talking about it all day, but in the Dems, they poured millions and millions into this really far-right candidate.
That's crazy, Steve. You want to come on and tell Tom and our listeners?
Didn't win, though.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Because they wanted Bennett running against this guy that's like way over Trump conservative. They didn't want the other one, the gal that's pretty right down the road that most likely will beat him. So they spent all the money on the primary trying to get everybody to vote for the super conservative dude. Yeah, they did. They also poured money into the governor's race. The Dems put a lot of money into Lopez. Because they didn't want the woman, once again, this one's a woman too, to run against Polis. Yeah, because she's pretty, I'm not going to say she's middle of the road, but she's nothing compared to the other guy. I know, it's so fucking, you know, hey, I'm one to say if the rules are set up in the game, you play by the rules. That's it. Good as that. So if they can do it, they can do it, and they can do it. It's funny, though, when you're watching these ads, they're like, she's not conservative enough for Colorado. You can tell that even the Dems wrote it. You'd have to be a stupid Dem to listen to it. I did too. I'm independent. I get them both. So, what you should have done is vote for the Democrat that has no chance of winning that Republican. That's basically what they were doing with their ad spend. Yeah, I know. It's the incumbent.
The company I call for my Oxy. Hi, I'm Tom Martin.
Yeah.
Fix it, clean
Do you remember when Biden came out and said, "You're not really black if you don't vote for me"? I couldn't fucking believe it, man. If Trump came out and said the shit, they'd fucking put him 10 feet under. Oh my God, it was just amazing. The audacity.
This is Clay Travis. Here's what's trending.
And he got a lot of the black vote that year in the last election, which is even more amazing. I would think that would be super offensive.
Okay. There, I found it. The series switch against the Dodgers will be tonight. Martinez and Julio Urias will be on the mound. The Big 12 is on.
I know you so. Latinos love me. I know he had his. He definitely did not have the eloquent political way of speaking. Oh, I'm sure.
20 seconds.
We're gonna. I'd love to. Not only are we gonna build a wall, they're gonna pay for it. Now that's a line. I love that shit. We're gonna throw them in jail and make them work.
Seconds. Going up.
Up, we're back up.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-255. So, Paul, on your appliance here, are you still waiting for the part?
Well, yes, I am. But what I found out, too, is ZZ Appliance kind of gets their orders from Consumer Priority Service out of New York. They're the ones that ordered the other door. And when I try to find out why or who ordered it or how long it will take, I get the answer, I don't know.
Hey, why don't you just do this, Paul? Did you pay for it already?
They paid for it.
Tom,
okay.
I think we have a connection at ZZ Appliance, Suzanne. Are they even still around?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, but they're around, but they never return my call.
Well, they'll recall.
Yeah, but listen, Mark, what I want to know is why not just go somewhere else? I mean, Paul, go somewhere else.
Because, well,
I think the warranty company already paid ZZ, right?
Yeah, ZZ Appliance has the part, but they don't want to come out and put it in because they don't want 2 trips out to the house. That's their excuse. They want to wait till that second part comes in and pick 1 trip out.
So there's a second part needed.
Right, but from what they've told me is that second part has nothing to do with fixing the refrigerator. The part they have will fix the refrigerator.
Then what's the other part they're waiting for?
Just the second drawer. It has nothing to do with fixing the refrigerator. But they don't want to make 2 trips out.
Well, how much do they want for a trip charge then, man?
Yeah, they don't want to make trip charges out.
I know, but if you had to pay it, how much would it be?
I have no clue. I didn't ask. I don't know.
I mean, how can this be?
Can you just go there and pick up the part and put it in yourself if it's just a drawer?
No, it has all the wiring and all the harness and all that stuff. I wouldn't know how to do it.
Okay, so let me get this straight. This appliance store now has the correct part.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
But they won't come out and put it in because they say they're waiting
John,
on a
in a
second
sentence or
part.
less, what did you want to talk to Tom about on the show today?
Okay. Is that second part something you care if you ever get?
It sounds like no.
What is it then?
I don't know. Just a second drawer.
Yeah,
That's what
I
they
can help
won't
you
tell
with
me.
that. It's Fix It 24/7. If you got a pin, I can help you out with that phone number.
Okay, somebody's got Doc. You got to call.
Sure.
They're giving this guy some kind of run. So ZZ Appliance says we're
Sure.
waiting on a second part that you don't need.
Right.
And until we get it, we're not going to come out. But even if we do get it, you don't need it.
Fix It 24/7.
That's what I understand is what
that doesn't make sense. Come on, man. That just doesn't make sense. Hold on. I'm going to have Deputy Doc call
526 3939.
I don't understand it.
I don't understand it either. Nobody will return my
call.
call.
Me anytime. Bye-bye.
I'm trying to figure it out.
We'll call them right
now.
now.
But if you didn't, here's another thing, Paul. Let me ask you this quickly. If you didn't pay for it, why not just dump them and go somewhere else?
I mean, I don't know because I have.
Why not? You didn't pay a dime. Go somewhere else.
Will the warranty company pay for it again? That's the problem, Tom.
Did the warranty company even pay? We don't even know that.
Well,
and what warranty? Tell me what warranty this is. What warranty do you have?
I have the warranty through Mountain High Appliance. They're the ones that, I guess, outsource the warranty company.
Is that where you bought it from Mountain High? Did you buy it from Mountain High?
I bought the refrigerator from Mountain High Appliance.
Why didn't you call them? Why didn't you call them? They're a pretty good company.
I called them, and they said once they've assigned the ZZ Appliance, they don't have anything to do with it, because I called and complained to them, and they said, hey, we've assigned it to ZZ. It's between you and ZZ Appliance.
Oh, come on. That doesn't sound right either.
They told me. That's what they told me. They
and
said
what,
there's nothing they can...
Man, when people say there's nothing we can do about something.
They said,
I'll call ZZ.
They said they'll talk to you.
Hold on, let's call Z Appliance. Let's just not rehash this over and over. Let's call ZZ, okay? Let's just do it. Thank you. Hold on. Steve, you have a comment on the country, what people are willing to endure to be right or left, you know what I'm saying, to be correct, what people are willing to stay with because of their hate for Trump or whatever. I'm just curious. I know that the media is making a big deal out of of course, the reversal of Roe, and they're making a big deal about the January 6th committee, but they don't seem to be making a big deal about what's happening in the country otherwise. Rising crime, terrible supply chain issues, rising gasoline prices, food shortages that definitely are coming, and you'll see it reflected in your supermarket shelves. But it's amazing, as I said, that according to the latest poll I've seen, 39% think, hey, he's doing a great job. Steve, go ahead.
Well, Tom, I just picked up fuel just about 15 minutes ago. I paid $5.30 a gallon for it. As I was pulling out of the fuel station...
Paul, shoot me your number. I'm going to have Deputy Doc call you.
This lady pulls right alongside me. She must have been in the gas station.
I just need your phone number. I'm going to have one of our team members call you.
She cuts me off as I'm trying to get into traffic. She literally cuts me off, flipping me off, yelling at me. And
did you say 303-332-5064?
I've been supporting Trump ever since.
I'm going to hang up with you so Deputy Doc can call you and get some more information so he can call ZZ's, okay?
Republican. I voted for him twice.
Awesome. Bye-bye.
I can't understand why people get so angry for Trump. I mean, I thought he did a really awesome job. I'm looking at Biden right now and seeing what he's doing to this country, and it's tearing us apart. It literally is tearing us apart, and I feel bad. Whoever voted for Biden, I feel for you guys. But I don't run around flipping people off, yelling at them. Hey, you voted for the guy? Sorry. So just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. I like Trump. If he comes back, I'll vote for him again. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thanks, Steve. You know, I think that people they're so adamantly against him. I've never seen people polarize like this ever against one person. Really. The whole idea of this January 6th committee is to try to get him on something that will taint his re-election bid.
It's just stupid.
But it's happening. And again,
but you can hang out, threaten
right in front of the Supreme Court Justice's
house, where, by the way, it is illegal
just be prepared to recap the whole issue as you're doing. Just for listeners who didn't hear the issue to begin with, I will share your paperwork with Tom and Mark for them to look at and see what we can do.
January 6th by any
or take over police stations or state houses. I mean, all of that.
Or how about let people go that were trafficking 150,000 fentanyl pills over the weekend? Just let them go.
You know,
Troubleshooter Show, please hold.
Where is this country heading? Are we heading more that way, or will the pendulum swing the other way? Hold on, I'm coming back. 303-713-8255.
The problem when we talk politics like we did in the...
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
Report is sponsored by Audible.
Looks like we do have some road construction on C470 westbound right now, making your approach to 285. Earlier it was eastbound. Eastbound looks to be improved. I-25 traffic actually not too bad, a little slowing northbound into downtown, and southbound right around the Boulder Turnpike. There was an earlier crash there. That is just lingering remains from that earlier accident. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a 20% chance for afternoon thunderstorms, a high of 94 today. Tonight's low 62, and then an even better chance for an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high reaching 86. Currently, it's 93. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
This summer, fire up your imagination with Audible. Listen to comedies, thrillers, mysteries, and more. It's everything you want in audio entertainment, all in the Audible app. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
You know what I love about Zero Res? Absolutely nothing. I mean, nothing in their water that I can dislike, because all they use is empowered water. Oh man, it's super soft and alkaline base and cleans and gets away with gets out of germs and spots and pathogens, and no Zero Res. Zero Res means no residue of that, ugly dirt attracting sticky stuff. Yeah, when you get right down to it, your carpets are not really clean. They're coated. But you want safe and effective with less water, leaving zero residue, and you want carpets that dry faster and stay clean longer, and that's Zero Res, the only system I trust in my home. So you can get right now 3-room areas for $119 for a limited time. You can do more if you want. Zero Res, R-E-Z, Zero Res, Denver.com, 303-471-5150.
You've heard the big news. Greta is back.
Like within 2 or 3 minutes, this guy is commanding this group of anarchy. I mean, just loud, crazy shit. He goes, and everyone shut up, and he just fucking commanded it. And he did it for, an hour. And then left just like dropping the mic. And he goes, I've never seen anything like it, ever. I thought Obama was fucking good at talking.
More than 20 million Americans watch Newsmax.
Nope, nowhere.
Millions are making the switch to Newsmax.
I never heard of him before.
It's on all major cable and streaming platforms. If your cable system doesn't carry Newsmax, call them. If they won't carry it, switch to a system that does. And download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone.
Clinton.
Watch it.
But he didn't come from nowhere. Well, kind of, actually. Remember, he had the saxophone, and he would jog to McDonald's and get a fucking hamburger.
It's a can't miss summer on today. This week, we'll help you plan your summer getaway.
Jennifer Flowers.
And I think he was banging Lewinsky while they were going after him over flowers. Yeah. I think a lot of them, when they hit the world stage, they really don't know what they're kind of up against. I don't think Trump realized how swampy it was. I really don't think he did. And how I don't think he could ever understand, why do all these reporters hate me? Literally, he just can't wrap his head around it, because everybody likes him, according to him. And I think that stage fucks a lot of people up. I think they assume they probably have a little more power than what they actually fucking do. And some of the shit we've been doing lately, Trump did a lot, Biden's done a lot, hell, Obama did a lot. The president writing laws is crazy. There's something the Supreme Court is going to judge on tomorrow. And if that goes down, it's going to be really fucking crazy. Because it's basically going to say Congress can't appoint someone that can define what the rules are. They have to actually pass the law. And that's going to change a lot of shit that's going on right now. It'll be a bigger deal than Roe versus Wade if it goes down. They're going to say, no. They're going to say, I'm trying to, conceptually I understand it. Trying to explain it's a little different. So if Congress right now goes to the FDA, let's use the FDA, and the FDA sets rules like, I don't know, something like, let's just talk about marijuana, like, okay, we're gonna legalize marijuana, okay? And in order to sell marijuana, you have to jump through these hoops, whatever the fuck it is. But the FDA is making those rules. The FDA, Congress tapped on the FDA to do it, or Congress taps on the FBI to impose different rules when it comes to schools or whatever. It's when Congress taps on
Hey, you got those updates?
and they actually make the rules.
Perfect, hang on.
What the court's looking at, is that constitutional? Or does Congress have to make those rules? Then they can have the FDA enforce the rules, but can they tell someone else, you go do it? And that part of government, of course, are not supposed to be the people making the fucking rules. They're supposed to be the administration or the executive branch. So that's going to be released tomorrow. I don't think it's going to, I think it would disrupt the apple cart so much that I don't think it's going to go the way I think it should go. I think Congress should have to pass shit.
Denver's talk station online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303 talk 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. We had a call a while ago that was really hard to understand. But we didn't understand it, why they were doing it. But let's take John and talk to him. John, on your original call, it was quite interesting. You said that you had a leased vehicle halfway through the lease was wrecked. And the insurance proceeds amounted to about $10,000 more, just roughly, $10,000 more than the payoff. And the payoff calculated as all the remaining payments plus the residual. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, the numbers are a little off. The buyout was $41,000. The payout from the insurance company is $58,500, like $17,500 difference.
Wow.
And the lease company is still taking payments, even though the card was totaled. They took another payment out of his account last week.
Well,
so yeah.
Oh, hold on. Now that things, because that might just be an oversight on theirs. But your lease, and believe me, it's hard to read this thing while I'm on the air during commercials and all that, but I did read part of it. And what it said was they have the right. This is the most important clause there is. Although the numbers in this lease, if you really do it, they are very inconsistent. I don't want to get into it. Whoever did this lease, they finagled numbers, and they have different values. Anyway, I don't want to get into it. It's the worst written lease I've ever seen. Now, it says here that early end, it's line 28. You may end this lease anytime. We may end this lease if you are in default, or, listen carefully, if the vehicle is a total loss. So what I think they're going to say is they ended yours. You did not have an opportunity to buy it out. And therefore, they get to profit from whatever the insurance proceeds, although I don't see anything here about insurance. Who is covered under insurance? I really don't. I don't see anything. I've been looking at it. Did you go through it? Is there anything in here I'm missing that talks about the, that talks about it?
Well, I'll have to go through it again because he just sent me that and I just forwarded it to you. I thought there was an area in there that said
okay.
That,
here's what it says. Listen, at the end it says an early payoff, lease end, due to a total loss. There's a complete paragraph. It says total loss under required insurance coverage. If the vehicle is a total loss before the end of the lease, we get an insurance settlement under the policy that complies with our requirements. You have gap protection. If money we get from your insurance is more than, the cost, we will not give you a credit. It's right here. We will not give you a credit for any excess. If the money is less, you will owe the difference. It's so clear. Look at paragraph 38. Mark, look at it's totally clear, totally. And it says total loss without settlement on blah, blah, blah. You don't get the money. I don't know why you thought you would and why you said it wasn't covered in the lease. It's right here. You signed it. You initialed it and you signed it.
Yeah, well, it's my son's lease, not mine. But
well,
I read something. Yeah, I read something exactly like that, and I understand that.
Well, it has to be exactly like that because that's what I'm reading. And I'm not happy about this. This is the most jacked up lease I've ever seen. Not just part of it. I mean,
hey,
I don't even want to tell you.
Ellie told me a lot of them are going in this direction, man.
Yeah.
Well, because of
my question was basically twofold. One is, I don't know if there's any legalities in Colorado that would prevent that. Two is, does he have the right to buy out this lease? Because they told him he doesn't have the right to buy it, and they get a clause, but it's not on his lease.
Well, it's on this lease. This is all you need to know. Listen carefully. Listen. Total loss without a settlement under the required insurance cover. Total loss right here, okay? It says if it's done, we get to keep it. That's it. We get to keep the proceeds. You get to pay if it's short. We get the overage if it's not. I mean, I don't even understand how more clear it can be. It says that right there. You do not have the option to buy out the lease. It says it is terminated. And they get the money. That's what it says, man. I mean, I'm not relishing in the fact that you don't get that extra money. I think it's sick.
And like I was telling you, if your kid bought it out one day before, he would have got the money.
Of course.
Right.
They exercise their option.
Pulling payments from it.
What's that?
What about the fact it's been totaled for a month?
I don't even understand that. I think that's a bookkeeping. I think that's some kind of stupid bookkeeping error. Of course they're going to give that money back. I mean, they're not going to.
I'm under the impression they're not going to. I'm under the impression they're going to.
They can't
both.
Still
alive if they're taking a payment.
Listen.
If the lease is still alive, we should be able to purchase it. So that's my point.
Hold on.
If they're taking payments out of
if you let me tell you, if they continue taking payments and they consider the lease alive, you can terminate it. Okay? But they've already gotten insurance. I am sure that is a bookkeeping error. Are you asking me, if it took payments, does it force them to take a settlement? I'm not going to give you legal advice, but why would it? If they made a mistake and took payments, and you're telling me when you call them, they say, well, sorry, we expect your son to keep paying until the end of the lease, and we're still going to keep the insurance money. Is that what they're saying?
What they're saying is they're going to take payments until they receive the check from the insurance company.
That's probably in the lease.
And that's
even though the vehicle's been totaled.
Well, hold on.
They're building on their equity. I mean, they're building, adding insult to injury by
they did not. Hold on. They did not get the settlement yet.
That's what they said. So they're going to keep pulling payments.
Okay. Now, how do they know that the car was wrecked to begin with then?
Well, because Progressive informed them it was wrecked.
Okay. Well, I don't blame them.
Tom, it's still going to go back to that lease. I haven't read the whole thing, but I'm sure the lease talks about the dates.
Well, here's what I read. You're still under contract. You're still under contract to make payments because they have not ended the lease yet. So you're saying
you still have the ability to buy it.
Well, you might have to talk to an attorney about that because it is getting ambiguous. If you can buy it before they get the insurance settlement, do you get the insurance settlement? You may find it's ambiguous. You may want to see it, but you got to see an attorney about it and actually take action because they're going to get the check any day.
And do you actually have the money to buy it? Or does your son? It's $50,000.
They're going to get the mark if they if they have to buy it and then get the insurance proceeds after they buy it. Yes.
Yeah, I can make that happen.
But listen, we need, you know what we need? We need an attorney to review this lease and see if there's an ambiguity. I did not read every line, but to me, I don't know what happens. How can they both end the lease and say, you're not getting insurance proceeds, but we're going to take your money because you still have the lease? And if you still have the lease, why can't you exercise your buyout? I don't see anything that forbids you from exercising your buyout.
Yeah,
and if they say the accident was the triggering event, then your lease should end at the day of the total, and because they're getting enough money to well pay for that. They're being greedy now. I mean, I don't understand it, Mark. That is one good point. If they're going to end the lease on the day they got that valuation, and they say they get to keep that money, then why does he have to keep paying? Because they don't have the check in hand? And if they don't have the check in hand, are they saying the lease is still alive? And if the lease is still alive, why can't he exercise his option?
How do we know he can exercise it? We even said a week ago or whenever, try to buy it out.
They told him he couldn't, right, Paul?
Yeah, that's what we've been trying to do.
Well, no, what you need to do, Paul, I'm going to tell you this once, okay? I'm only going to say it once. You need to hire an attorney with this lease, write a letter to the leasing company, and say, since we are still under contract, we are exercising our right to buy out the lease, and then buy it. Okay, that's it. We have more coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen.
Talking to Mark. Paragraph 38.
Pilar, do you want to put him on hold? I just can't do it from over here.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think I just did it.
Oh, well, on both sides here, just so extreme, it's insane. I mean, there's got to be, in my opinion, there's middle ground somewhere. Oh, it's crazy.
Okay.
Mark, did Fixit have any
I hear you. You there?
Mark?
Yes, he had specials yesterday.
I can hear Tom.
Hey, DQ fans, there's a new drumstick on the block.
10 seconds.
The July Blizzard Treats of the Month. New caramel drumstick with peanuts.
Are you guys not hearing me, or am I?
With Peanuts Blizzard Treat. Try both today, only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
I'm Tom Martino for Fix It 24/7 for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. They were on the show the other day. Mark, do they have a special that they're running for the month, or
It was for yesterday only, man.
What was it?
$28. They were going to come out and clean.
Okay, right now, even at $39, that's the extreme clean and check. But you call them and say, I want to take advantage of yesterday's special on Martino's show and see if they'll extend it for $28. What the heck, huh? Maybe I'll put in a word for you. FixMyHome.com. Even at $39, it's a steal. They spend hours on what amounts to a refurbishment of your AC. And later in the season, you can do it on your furnace. Or you can join the Green Bubble Club. It's an amazing, honest to God, this is amazing. $139. You get priority appointments. You get discounts on everything. And listen to this, okay? One visit for the furnace tech to clean and check, the AC check before AC season, a plumber to flush the water heater. This is once a year. And an electrician to tune up and your panel and smoke detector batteries. Listen to this. Here's the other one. If you need a replacement, everything you paid in membership fees is credited. 720-526-3939, 720-526-3939, home.com. You know, Sheridan Auto Tech is a repair facility. I like saying they have everything. They have the longevity, okay? They have the knowledge, experience. See, you want all of that. Plus you want, of course, all of the convenience, too, and the value. They have 2 locations on Colfax and Lakewood, on Havana and Aurora. Find out more at SheridanAutotech.com. Maintenance, repairs, both heavy and light, and electrical issues, too. SheridanAutotech.com. 303-455-7242. 455-7242.
Why choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because our Sleep
Number 360 Smart Bed is really smart. It senses your movement and automatically
more restful sleep per night. Sleep Number takes care of the silence. All you have to do is sleep. Don't miss our 4th of July special.
Hey, wait a second. Read that 38 again. Tom. You hearing me? Thomas Martino.
He might have stepped away. He did. See, I don't understand all that legal stuff, but I was looking at that too. There was like 4 or 5 different things.
This sounds like they are just...
Did you see down under 39, Mark? Does that apply to anything?
I'm not even near 39 yet. Hold on. Scheduled lease end date.
How's that even possible? To sell your home and get paid twice. You can with Orchard.
Oh, I think 30 applies to a single payment lease.
Cash offer on your home. Boom. Here's your cash. Orchard handles everything from there.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Clean, list, and show your home. And if your old home sells for more than Orchard paid you, you get the upside. That bears repeating. When your old home sells for more than Orchard paid you get paid again. And that happens 99% of the time with Orchard. Look, in this hot Denver market where there's so many home buying companies trying to lowball you, only Orchard pays you the upside.
Man,
old home sells.
Actually,
Want to get paid twice?
he's fucked, man. That's exactly how this reads. If we get more money... If we get more money than what you owe us, we get to keep it. If we get less money,
you owe us. You're screwed.
This is some lease. And this is one of the largest leasing companies in the country, Allie. All of them are like this now. So the guy, Jamie, leases his car, okay, and it's like a 3-year lease. Bottom line is he owes $50,000 if he wants to buy the lease out. Car gets totaled. Insurance company's writing a check because we're in an upside-down car market to the lease company, Allie, for $56,000. So he could have bought it out for $50,000, but the vehicle actually appreciated. So they get to keep the $6,000, and it says it right in what he signed. It's great. It's fucking unbelievable. I mean, I believe it, but it's unbelievable. It's really crazy. And here's the deal. People go, oh, no one reads a lease. Well, I agree, but it doesn't even matter because really what it comes down to is if you did read it, the guy's not going to try to negotiate it out. It would never come out. Right. You're not going to negotiate this out. So he either wanted to buy the car or not. The fact if he read it or not, who gives a shit?
So is he going to be able to get his $6,000 back?
No, they get to keep it. They told him to pound sand, and sure enough, it says it right here and what he agreed to. It's fucking great. We read one time. We call it the Luna Clause. I think the guy was a plumber. He might have been a landscaper. Fucking Luna. It said basically this at the bottom, and this guy, he definitely was not born here, okay? But he was trying. He was trying real hard in the contract. I mean, it read so funky, it was unbelievable. But basically what it said is, and it did say this, if Luna thinks fair, no refund. If Luna thinks, if Luna likes, you must like. If you complain about Luna, you get no money ever. I mean, it said like shit like this, and this guy actually signed it. So he calls into the show because Luna.
Tom Martino here. Let's talk to Jamie, Dr. Jamie Baumgartner from RealCBDThatWorks.com. It's Panacea Life Sciences. Panacea Life Sciences. And Jamie, somebody wants to know if you can take the oil, CBD oil, and use it on toothaches. That's a weird question, but what about that?
You know, it's not that weird, Tom. There's a couple of applications there. We've had a couple of people, and again, this is anecdotal information, so I don't have clinical data that's going to support this, that have used CBD oil for their toothaches and for post-surgical, like periodontal type of surgery. So it's possible. I don't know what the dosage would be, and when I have tooth pain, I would not necessarily take it for myself, but it's possible. One thing I will say is that people are looking at putting cannabidiol into toothpaste for antibacterial properties. safer and more effective at actually destroying the bacteria that actually leads to plaque and tooth decay.
Okay. You remember when you were younger and you had a scrape, what would your mom put on it?
Bactine.
There was another thing. I don't even know what the hell it is.
Cocaine.
Does anyone remember Does anyone remember something called mercurochrome?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
What is it?
It was just an iodine solution.
Oh, okay. Okay, Doc, thanks. And then iodine's another thing. Can you put oil or some kind of CBD on scrapes and bruises?
My mom would just kiss it and say, "That's it."
Yeah. No, can you do that?
Touch.
Yes, Tom. Matter of fact, that's the whole industry, the whole industrial hemp cannabinoid industry, including pharma, is actually racing to utilize the antibacterial properties of CBD and hemp oil for this specific purpose. Not only for getting rid of the bacteria that can infect those cuts, but to lessen the pain as well as the inflammation around that particular item and reduce scarring.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I got to ask you about that coming up. I'm Tom Martino, and that's realcbdthatworks.com. Fantasy of Life.
Hey, Tom, you know this is crazy, man. That is unbelievable. It spells it out so clearly, it's crazy.
I know. It takes away all their rights, all their options.
And he agreed to it. It's as easy as the Luna clause, but not quite.
We got more coming up.
I wish we still had that fucking Luna clause, that actual contract. I looked for it a month ago.
Did you look under help?
I looked everywhere. I could not find the contract. I can find everything about the call, but at one point I literally had the Luna fucking contract, and it was the best.
So what was it about?
It was basically...
You told me about the thing, but what was the purchase?
He bought, I'm pretty sure it was landscaping, so bought, spent 20 grand or whatever it was, and the guy wasn't happy with the retaining wall or the sod died, something like that. So he calls up Luna, the guy's name is Luna, and Luna says, well, I don't agree with you. And the guy's like, well, why don't you come out and look at it or whatever? And Luna goes, let me send you a copy of your contract. So Luna sends him a copy of it signed, and it said, if Luna don't want to do, Luna don't do. I mean, it was just like that. I would guess Mexico. Yeah. So I think we actually got Luna on the air, and he sounded just like he writes. And sure enough, he's pointing out to what the guy agreed to. And even though it's like so crazy, it's still fucking there. I mean, the guy really did agree. Like, Luna decide. Up to Luna. Luna no refund under any circumstance. It really did say, if Luna don't like, too bad. Or say, it was just crazy, man. It was the best. We also had a contract. This guy bought a fucking house in the mountains. A house, okay? And it said right in the contract, he couldn't get a CO. He bought it, paid cash. Didn't even matter how he bought it. He has the house. And he goes to get a CO from the state or from the county. I think it was Gilpin County. They won't give him one. They said, well, it's not a house. And the guy's like, what are you talking about? So he goes back to the buyer or the seller and looks at the contract. They send it to us. It literally said everywhere, what you're buying may appear to be a home or a house, look like a house, but in no way is it a house. Been no inspections. There has been no building permits. What you are buying is not a house. And the guy initialed right next to it. And that's what he bought, a fucking house. It's not a house. It's like if we took a piece of land and literally built a very decent looking house. Yeah, but like really, it looked like a nice house. And then we sold it, and then whoever we sold it to agreed that they're not buying a house. There's not supposed to be a house there. It's not zoned for a house. God, I'll tell you. Yeah, but there's this thing, too, that's like, you can't write anything in a contract that's not going to be held up. I mean, Some of the shit is kind of crazy. That real estate one, I think, would hold up. But I don't think the Luna clause would hold up in any court of law. There wasn't a disclosure. There was no disclosure, and the guy agreed there would be no disclosure. So the only disclosure was that there was no disclosure, and he agreed to it. God, that's an... Hey, Tom. Tom. I wonder, he might have... We might get lucky.
We might have lost him.
Doc,
I don't see him on the video at all. We might have lost him, Mark. Like, I don't see him on the laptop at all, either screen, unless Talib's doing something.
I don't know. I would love to get a hold of those two. I'm hoping he's got them. It's just the best examples ever. Is he there?
Oh, he's there now.
I think Bennett's going to go down. Yeah. Hey, Thomas. I have no idea where he is.
He's there. I don't know why he can't hear you.
He must not be offline or something. Corey. No, I think it's areas.
This report is sponsored by
because West Slope. I don't know. Actually, I never thought of that. I think it's different. I think it would be a district. Based upon the current population, state representatives represent approximately 70 per district. So there's districts, yeah. And then here, let's see what it looks like. How many districts are there in the Colorado Senate? 35 members elected from single-member districts.
Here's Marty with his follow-up.
He had to go.
This is Colorado Senate. Oh, this is the Colorado Senate. I should have told Dr. Google what I meant.
We got Midway's good health day. They have fun with budget. We're going to help you with every single thing you need because we want y'all back your best summer ever.
I need to get Marty back in your summer getaway. From an epic camping trip to a relaxing vacation. Plus, the star of Minion, Steve Carell. And a concert.
Yeah, 7 districts.
To start your weekend.
Yep. Each represented by a member of the United States House of Representatives.
Marty, call back.
Hey, do you have a minute now? Okay, hang on. Thank you.
He'll be there when we go back, Tom. The primaries are behind us. Who are the winners? Who are the losers? What does that mean for the fall racing? I'm Leland Conway, 63K out.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Gas money. Just
10 seconds.
Nationwide keyword on our website. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at khow.com.
Come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino on 630 KHOW.
Hey, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino. We have some updates coming up on some important issues. We have Also, Panacea Life Sciences in the studios today, Dr. Jamie Baumgarten, to talk about the benefits of CBD. And if you have any questions regarding CBD, they are used for things. Brought to you by waterpros.net. Waterpros. Man, they will come in and do a water fountain. And I'm stressing water now, drinking water. They do whole house systems, of course, and they do water softening, which better laundry, better skin, better all-around plumbing issues. And they do whole house for under $2,000 for Martino listeners, and then drinking water for under $1,000. All the drinking water you want in the world, and it's under $1,000. So here's the deal. I stress drinking water because lately we've been getting a letter saying don't drink the water. Yeah, you got to filter it. Anyway, Smarty Marty, Deputy Smarty Pants, has some updates. Smarty, what's happening?
Hi there. I have a few follow-ups. As you know, Tom, we took care of...
what's happening?
Okay, Christina with escrow money?
Yeah, let me sum this up. Christina closed on a commercial building she was buying, and they withheld some security, $18,000 or something, saying that until she proves occupancy, they want to keep that in escrow. And then they wanted her to sign something retroactively saying, we forgot to get this at closing, where you agreed to it, and obviously you agreed to it because you paid it, so can you sign that? And she says, I'll sign it, but when am I going to get the money back? She was afraid they're trying to keep it. What's going on?
Well, ultimately, I got all the parties talking, which is her lawyer, the lender's lawyer, and Christina sent me an email that everything's going, or a text message, things are going well, she's going to get her money back. So
good. That is great, Smarty. Okay.
The other one is Preston and Camper World, where...
which one is that? Hold on. Which one? That's a weird one. I remember that, Camping World. Go ahead.
He was claiming they broke his vehicle, or used his vehicle and broke a tank, and they were claiming
here, it was in for repair. And they said, what responsibility would they have for winterizing it if it's sitting there?
So I did a three-way call, a conference call between consumer and general manager, and it's a he said, she said. They argued, but at the end, they're going to attempt to put the repair through warranty. If the warranty department does not allow it, they're going to charge him whatever the cost is, which is minimal. And Preston agreed to that. He's supposed to pick up the vehicle later today.
That's
so
very
he'll
cool.
have it. Yeah, I mean, there was some contention whether Preston was using it for commercial reasons, which he admitted.
Would that negate the warranty?
Absolutely.
Is he using it for?
Well, he told them he was going to, and that led them to say, "Well, I have to report that," which they didn't do it yet. And he said, "So you can't use it for an Airbnb," which is what he was planning to do, and that would void warranty. So the bottom line is they will have the vehicle ready today.
Okay, listen, man, this is cool. You do a lot of negotiating and getting parties together. I'm thinking of sending you over to Putin and Zelensky. You sit down with Putin, or just send him one of your famous emails and see what you can do there.
Over for coffee. I'll bring you coffee. I'll bring you borscht.
I'm talking Putin and Zelensky would have a lot to say to you.
Yeah, thank you. And working right now on the case that you just gave me with the water.
The Utica water here, that woman, what an unfortunate circumstance. She just moved into that place in Utica, New York, and she finds the landlord had it foreclosed on right after she moved in by the city for taxes. And water's going to be turned off, and the city's giving her 90 days to live there rent-free to get another place, but she can't live there because the water's going to be turned off. And I thought, can't we work something out to keep the water on just so this poor woman can find another place?
Apparently, they're going to give her 30 days right now.
Right.
And she wants more, and I don't know if I could really negotiate.
Well, Marty, here's the argument on it. Here's the argument I have. If the city's going to give her 90 days, why not let her stay 90 days? And listen, she's willing to pay the water she uses.
Well, that's a fair argument. I just have to convince them to do it. So I'm getting the city phone number. She's getting me the number to the city because we spoke to the water people and they said this is up to the city. So now we're working. I don't know. I guess the city's the new owner, and that's what they told us. They said it's not up to us; it's up to the city.
Yeah, but wait a minute. The water part is separate. I thought.
No, but they can only turn it on for the owner.
Oh, okay.
So
I get it. But Marty, that makes it easier. Wait a minute. If the city is the new owner and the city says we want to keep the water on for 3 months and she agrees to pay the city for that, that's cool.
Well, then we have to work with them to agree to that.
I think it's probably just getting to the right person in the city.
Yeah. All right,
So
Smarty.
well, let's not pretend they want her out. I mean, it's nice they gave her 90 days, but I don't know if they're willing to make the 90 days comfortable.
Anyway, Smarty Pants, while I have you here, I'm going to ask the question I've been asking everybody. What do you think is the tolerance of people to put up with the way things are just for the sake of being correct or having their person and keeping Trump out or keeping any Republican? And this is not a Republican-Democrat thing. This is about people and what they're on both sides. What are they willing to put up with?
I think that there's a lot of people who are just gung-ho to their parties without evidence, and they just will take it that as far as they will. I mean, I know people like that they're just that strong allegiance. They have
now, you hear the guy that said, yeah, I'm doing way worse, but I feel better. Now, what kind of common sense is that?
Well, I would ask them, explain that. How do you feel better? Whenever somebody used to, if you don't want to get in politics, but whenever someone would say, I hate Trump, I would say, what policy do you hate? And then they wouldn't answer me.
Well, okay. Because it is personal. But here, let's talk about this.
Well, what policy?
Let's talk about this. Do you think if a Republican president was doing, if these conditions existed under a Republican president, do you think conservatives would blindly support him? I think they would.
Certain ones would. I suppose.
No way.
I don't, blindly, certain people are just that way. I mean, there's got to be a faction.
That's what I believe. I believe there's a certain percentage of people. It's my party, no matter what. No matter what.
They don't even know that. They don't even know the policies. They don't even know the policies.
So wait. So if the president right now was a Republican and we pulled out of Afghanistan like that and everything else that Biden has done, you're saying that some Republicans would still vote for them no matter what?
Absolutely.
No. Okay. I'm not going to say none, but not many.
Well, I would say about the same
There's
percentage.
nothing that conservative president did that's conservative.
You know, listen, here's why we have a court, by the way, Supreme Court. You know the reason we have a Supreme Court, the whole reason? You know, when we established this country, I wasn't there, but when they established the reason
I think
for the
Doc
court
was.
But the reason for the court, and what was it? To avoid the tyranny of what? Not the minority,
government,
but
the majority.
That's right. So even if the majority of people wanted something, because they keep saying, oh, the majority of people are in favor of this. The majority, the Supreme Court doesn't take a vote. Specifically, they're not supposed to. In fact, they're not supposed to look at any numbers because the whole function of the court is to avoid the tyranny of the majority.
Well, the other function
and
it was
so
established
it's
for
to
was
see if it's constitutional or not.
No, but it was also established to adjudicate disputes between states.
Okay.
That was the other stated purpose.
Yes, true. But it's all done on the basis of the Constitution. And
of course.
And so it's really not meant to take the temperature of the country and vote accordingly. That's not what it's meant to do. It has to look at things and say, even though the majority of our country, let's say, wants slavery, it's not going to be allowed. And that's the way it should be. Because I'm afraid of the majority of this country and what it could do. I'm afraid of it. Because I think that the majority of this country could vote for some pretty scary things. And I'm glad we have a court to sort that out. And I'm glad that each state can make its own laws on many, many, many things. Because why? Well, if they make their own laws on many, many, many things, we can choose where we want to live.
And
that's what it was supposed to be.
You got these morons like AOC that want to pack the court. You remember when Venezuela did that? You remember what happened? They were one of the richest oil companies in the world, one of the most successful. Whether you like their model of government or not, they were up and running. They went socialist and packed their courts. Now they're bankrupt. I think the whole thing's off of Bitcoin.
But that was because of Maduro, not because of the court.
They packed the court so he could get everything he wanted.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. He literally packed the court, Doc, with people that would always agree with what he said.
So anyway, here's the point. Do you really believe they'll appoint more justices?
No.
No.
Okay. 303,
even Biden is against it.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. More coming up right after this, including I have some more questions about CBD.
Juicy, tender, delicious. It's all about the taste with Redbird Farms chicken. You deserve fresh, healthy chicken that you and your family will love. Redbird Farms chicken is vegetarian-fed, chemical and antibiotic-free, and cage-free. Because there's no added preservatives or water, there's never any residue in the packaging. You can cook the chicken straight from the tray to the pan, mess-free. Find Redbird Farms chicken in King Soopers, Safeway, and City Market.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
I mean, to get rid of Trump. All right.
Yes.
David Ellis will buy jewelry. And he'll buy not only junk jewelry and mismanaged earrings and, mismatched, and tangled messes of necklaces and incomplete coin collections and all that. He'll buy that. He'll weigh it and pay it. He'll also buy estate jewelry and precious stones. So all you need to do is remember David Ellis Jewelry.com, 3rd and Clayton. That's 2640 East 3rd Avenue, 303-322-8779. Mile High Estate Planning, remember that? That's Blake Harris Law. And Blake Harris Law is still doing all of the estate planning you need, and he can do it all remotely without you ever leaving your home, including notarizing and everything. So what you do is call him and ask your questions. 833-ASK-BLAKE. Ask anything you need to know about wills, trusts, probate, avoiding probate, if you're facing probate, maybe a beneficiary's deed is all you need. Whatever it is, they can help you out at BlakeHarrisLaw.com. 833-ASK-BLAKE. That's 833-ASK-BLAKE. And Mark, why do we love public adjusters? Because they will get you more money on an insurance claim than you can get on your own. It's that easy. Because insurance companies will never, ever be fair to you. That's why we love Paragon Services on referralist.com. That's paragonservices.com. Matt Stanford is a public adjuster that will work hard for you to get you the fairest settlement for a small fee. You really need to know more about Paragon, and you can find them at referralist.com.
Are you embarrassed by your smile? Are you unable to eat the foods you love, afraid to laugh, afraid to live a normal life, even afraid to go out in public? Dr. Barrett's with Barrett's Dental here. I believe that you deserve a smile that you can be proud of so you can live your life the way you want, with the peace of mind that you can smile without embarrassment and that your mouth is healthy. At Barrett's Dental, we want to help you get your life back. I invite you to my office for a free consultation where you can find out for yourself if you are comfortable at Barrett's Dental. We offer total dental solutions, meaning we can handle all of your dental care in one convenient location without referring you all over town. If you feel safe at Barrett's Dental, it's the last place you'll need to visit to get the care you need. Is the condition of your mouth causing you to live a life of quiet desperation? Call me. I'll take great care of you.
If you're looking for a safe place to take care of all your dental needs, call Barrett's Dental at 303-502-5562. That's 303-502-5562. Or visit denverdentist.com.
With credit card rates on the rise, there's never been a better time to consolidate debt into your mortgage. It's really true. It's a strategic way to get out of debt faster and save hundreds on interest. Plus, you have only one manageable monthly payment to focus on. You just have to call American Finance. Financing, Colorado's home for home loans. Hey, it's Michael Brown here. I like American Financing because they have salary-based mortgage consultants. That means you're getting a no-pressure lending experience. And they never charge you the upfront fees. So why not take 10 minutes to learn more?
No, but where do they think that tax? It's even worse than that. So where's that tax revenue come from? So we pull that tax revenue, fine, okay, we pull it. It makes it makes gas what, 10, 15 cents, whatever it is, cheaper. Okay, now what? So that tax revenue's just gone. We're going to sit here and believe that the government isn't making that up somewhere else. I mean, for real. Look at this. 78% of Dems think country is on wrong track. Dems.
All you can do is the right person says offering up just like you should try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
Still Dems.
It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience.
Truck wasn't inspected properly at border. That's the truck with the 50. Man, wouldn't that be the worst way to go? What happens when you overheat there, Doc? I mean, what happens to the body? Does it get cold? Is it like when you freeze to death, you get hot? Your temperature just rises, and then what? Your brain melts? Fuck. Does your body kind of shut off the pain at some point? Almost like hypothermia once you're through the bad? Hypothermia. Maybe just working out or playing racquetball, but not like that. No. You know what? I'm thinking of like movies and stuff. That's when they throw them in the ice tub. You know, you run the cold water and they get them in there simply to keep that temp down. What a horrible way to go, man. No water in there. Think of all the dead. I think there's only like 12 people that live.
Hi, Tom Martino here,
small.
303-713-TALK. By the way, when I was talking about public adjusters and Paragon, let me give you the right website. It's ParagonPAServices.com, and that stands for public adjuster. So it's ParagonPAServices.com, and you can find, of course, Paragon on referralist.com as well. I just want to make sure I got that out there. And the number is 719-726-0020. I got that. So I want to make sure you have that accurately. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Oh, my call screener went away.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
I was talking to Jamie during the break, man. We were looking up, there was a news story running about that truck where those 51 people died. Well, you know, Jamie's a doctor, and I'm like, isn't that got to be one of the worst ways to die? And sure enough, man, I mean, overheating in the back of a truck has got to be, your last hours are ungodly.
Oh, it's terrible. It is just terrible. Anyway.
I can think of a lot worse ways to die. How about if you get eaten by a shark?
What a great,
alive.
Tell me, what a great conversation.
This is uplifting.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's think of the worst way to die. Okay, listen. Here's the deal. If you have a problem, question, or complaint, give us a call right now. You'll get right through 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Jamie Baumgarten, Dr. Baumgarten with RealCBDThatWorks.com or Panacea Life Sciences. Listen, the oil you get, the CBD oil, under the tongue, instead of taking gel caps or chewables, does it work the same way, or would it not work, or tell me?
No, it works the same way. It's all about how do you get the CBD into your bloodstream. So
is there any one way better than another?
Yeah, under the tongue is fantastic, but you know, it's one of the reasons why we make soft gels and we enhance those soft gels so we actually get those to be absorbed, is that some people don't like the taste, or there's going to be ingredients we want to put into the product that actually you need to take in a soft gel format just because the taste is not going to be that tolerable. But the CBD oils, the fast tablets, by the way, are fantastic for this. Absorbed under the tongue or in the surface of the cheek are a great way to get CBD into your system.
Okay, someone else wrote and asked, can you OD on CBD?
No. I mean, that's a short answer. So the thing that we look at, Tom, are what we call the safety margins. And so that's the margin or the concentration where you have efficacy, where you actually get an effect, compared to the level where it will kill 50% of the population. So the safety ratio for CBD is about 2,000, meaning that a 25 milligram dose typically will get you a pretty good effect. You'd have to take like 50,000 milligrams, and I'd love to sell it to you, but 50,000 milligrams where you have seriously adverse events. Let me put that in context for you. We talked about fentanyl a little bit earlier. Safety ratio on fentanyl is 2, meaning to where you actually have an effect where you'll die. Alcohol is about 8, coffee 50, cannabis, including THC, is about 1,000. You go to sleep before you can OD on it, and CBD about 2,000.
Okay, got it. Carrie, you want to talk about the smart meter. What's going on, Carrie?
Well, I was just wondering, I got to notice that Excel wants to come in and put new meters into everybody's properties. But if you want to opt out of that and want them to come in and manually read it and they're not monitoring you, you have to pay an extra fee. Well,
right, that's right.
Fine. But why is it Denver and Boulder are paying $11.84 and the rest of Colorado pays $23.84?
Wait a minute. You're saying Boulder's paying 11 for what? For a smart meter or for no smart meter?
If you opt out and
right.
you do not want the smart meter, Boulder and Denver pay $11.84 to have them come in and manually read it, and the rest of Excel customers pay $23.84.
You know what? That's a good question. Why is it double for some other customer? I have no idea. Could it be a franchise agreement with those municipalities?
I don't know. Could it be somebody that lives in 2 of those towns and not the others?
Oh, you mean like someone actually? I don't think so.
To save $10?
You think Excel would change their entire? Hold on. So you think that Excel, for 2 executives, one living in Denver and one in Boulder, would change their entire fee structure?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
to save $10? Okay, listen.
$10.
Maybe it has to do with concentration of meters. That is cheaper when the meters are closer together than driving in a rural area where you have to drive a half a mile between homes to read the meter.
Are you talking about all other areas other than Boulder and Denver? All other areas like Aurora too?
If you go on the website, it says the rest of Colorado customers will pay $23.84 if you opt out of getting a smart meter.
Yeah, I'm reading. It says customers in the Denver metro or Boulder areas would be assessed a monthly charge of $11.84 per meter to manually read.
But where does it say about outside Denver and Boulder, Mark?
It says outside. Let me look here.
That's a good topic. I don't know why it's twice as much. There must be a reason.
$23.64. Actually, it's $11.84 up to $23.64.
So it's a sliding scale?
It just says $11.84/$23.84. The only one that seems to have an actual number is the Boulder and Denver.
But why do they charge
more?
Maybe
because people are a lot closer together.
That's what Deputy Doc said. He said,
well, I take it back then if he said it.
No, but that's a good point, don't you think? That could be it.
Yeah, just because everybody's close.
Could we, you know what? We may not be able to do it today, Suze, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to ask Excel. Of course, Excel doesn't have the PR they used to have, the good people that would answer our questions, but we can at least try to get someone to answer a question.
I'll check it out, Tom.
I mean, it's really, if they're
cul-de-sac.
What's
and
that?
You can walk around. I live in a cul-de-sac, and you can walk around to 8 houses in my cul-de-sac within 10 minutes and read a meter. I mean,
but in downtown, you could walk around to 500 homes.
No, not really, Mark. Not really. I mean, a cul-de-sac is pretty close together. I don't know. I don't know how they're lined up. They might be lined up in the alleys. You're right.
When we talk about manually reading a meter, I don't think these people go up and stare at the meter on the side of the house. I think they drive around with that little tool that picks them up.
You're right.
But even so,
even reading a meter, you're right, has that transponder. They don't. I think they're all at least wireless.
And it comes down, there's just way more population in those places.
Yeah, if they're driving, especially with the price of gas now, a half a mile between homes in rural areas, it's going to cost them more.
They have proximity, meters, right, with distinct numbers, distinct frequencies or whatever. I know it's a way that they can do it without walking up to the house. But it's a good question, Carrie, and we will try to find an answer for you. Todd, what did you want to say, Todd, about the situation now?
I have to agree with you, Tom. I think there's people that will vote Republican, whether they're turning the country into the ground or not. Same with Democrat. I hated Obama, but I like some of the stuff he did. So far, I haven't found anything I like about Joe. But I am a Trumpster, and he was abrasive. But his policies were spot on.
Hey, listen, here's what I don't understand. You know, there used to be a saying, I think one of my relatives would say, and it's popular, he didn't make it up, you know, they lie when the truth will do, they still lie. And I say Trump is nasty when polite will do. I mean, he doesn't have to be. He just doesn't.
We discussed this so many times, though, man. Let's say you're elected to whatever, and every freaking reporter out there just constantly is going after you. People are making stuff up that you have bank accounts in Russia and you work for Putin, and they're just constantly coming after you. I guarantee that Tom Martino, I know, would be very abrasive and very pissed all the time.
Well, it would bother me for Mark. It would bother me for sure, but I'm not president of the United States. And here's what I'm saying. Obama faced a lot of criticism and a lot of things, and he was very statesman. I don't know how to put it.
He doesn't talk to anybody, Tom. Trump would talk to the people every single day virtually. This guy, he doesn't say anything. Everything's
Come on,
scripted.
Obama had it easy with the mainstream press,
Tom.
Okay, and all I'm
How do you think Roosevelt talked, though? Carry speaks often and carry a big stick. I don't think we understand how the presidents in the past have talked. We only understand the presidents in the present. And I think Trump was people just have to get used to a different style. He was a New Yorker, and New York.
Number one, he wasn't a politician, that's for sure.
Right. So, you know, when people say they'll never vote for Trump, they probably won't. But when people say they'll never vote for Biden, they probably won't. But I vote for the policy. I vote for the person that's going to do America the best. And I hate to say it,
because you're smart.
Trump was the better person so far.
Now, one thing, I'll tell you the truth. I've seen Mark flip-flop on issues where I swear to you, I have seen him disavow someone because they turned on him and he didn't like the policies anymore. And then I saw him support people he never thought he would support. That one I know for sure, Mark, because I've watched you when it comes to policy. But you know what Mark's big decision is? I swear to God. And Mark, I know you better than anybody other than Suze. And here's the bottom line. If it's money related and it hurts his pocketbook, he hates it.
You bet that's right, baby. And that's most people.
And you don't give a hoot about social issues, really.
Well, I wouldn't say I don't give a hoot. I give a hoot about well-spent money. If someone literally got a very low IQ, I don't know the proper word right now, but people can read between the lines, I think our tax dollars should go to help them have a place and live and have friends and live a life by far. But I don't think people that are capable of working and simply don't want to work or want to live off the job
you're right.
should get a damn dime.
Very logical. When I was speaking of social issues, maybe I misspoke. I meant things like abortion and things like marriage.
I don't vote on that stuff. I don't care what other people do.
Right,
I could
exactly.
care less.
And marriage and all of that.
No, I am. In fact, if anything, the reason I was a Democrat forever, I always thought the Republicans were just, too far religious. Everything was based upon religion. But I wasn't smart back then. I didn't realize there was a whole economic side to that party.
All right, we got more coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. We're getting things ready for the Stanley Cup parade tomorrow.
Can you hear Tom, Mark?
It has to be. Yeah.
20 seconds.
Traffic and weather. Casey Mitchell, 630 K-House. Celebrate great sleep at Mattress Firm's July 4th sale.
Stop in today and shop Tempur-Pedic to save $500 on Tempur-Breeze mattresses. Plus, you'll get a $300 instant gift good towards sleep accessories.
You know, when you have a disaster on your property, a broken pipe, a fire, a flood, unattended death or a crime or something, oh my goodness, the last thing you want to do is get ripped off and hurt again. That's why you need to find the best restoration company. And I recommend American Restoration 24/7. I know Rock and his crew, they have all the EPA certifications, including for asbestos removal. And you need someone who will be honest and open. They'll do as little or as much as you want. And even though your insurance pays, don't be lulled by thinking my insurance is paying, what do I care? Because if they pay the wrong company, they won't pay again, and you'll be left with a mess. American Restoration 24/7, 8337-AMREST, or online, amrest247.com. All right, hundreds of thousands of dollars, that's what's involved in a real estate transaction. Yet people won't spend a couple hundred, 300, maybe 400 at the worst, right, for some kind of review of their contracts by O'Brien Legal Services. Or what if they're in a border dispute? They ask their friends at the water cooler what to do. Or an easement problem, any conflict, adverse possession, anything to do with real estate. You know where we go? O'Brien Legal Services, Brad O'Brien. You can too. OLSlaw.com. OLSlaw.com. 720-370-7388.
So many people have told me about Orchard, and no wonder.
He's trying to rip up the documents. To me, that's what that reminds me of, because there's a lot of people. Sure, they should vote, but there should also be something to take on themselves as educate themselves.
Well, and I think that's how Trump actually came to rise so quick, is because some of the people that were never engaged in politics at all, they were pretty upset. Now they got this big boisterous rock star, if you will, out there, and they had something to attach to. Even still not quite understanding if he was good for the country or not, but they knew he more represented them than the same old Clinton. God, all we had for a while was Bush, Clinton, and then Clinton runs every left and right, and Obama packed in there.
So, you know, time for long waits and rush care in the ER and urgent care clinic. Next time, stay home and let dispatch help bring the power of
He couldn't, though.
to you.
I call dispatch help.
He can't, though. Not just couldn't, he can't. Tom and I discussed that a million times. The other side of that, though, Jamie, is if he wasn't like that, I don't think he would have ever got elected. If he wasn't that crazy. Now you can say, okay, well, that was the campaign time. He had to do with that. But I don't think he has the ability to shut it off. It was horrible debate. I think Joe won the fucking debate. I know, it was horrible. Well, let's not forget, though, I think he had fucking COVID. Didn't he have COVID literally that day? Or like, yeah. I think that's when he had COVID. I'm not positive. It was right around that time. I don't know if it was a little before or a little after. Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I thought there was something with him, but it was a horrible showing no matter what. Biden even got that line in. Come on, man. I was like, oh, that didn't sound good. when Biden drops the mic on you, oh, shit.
303-770-5551 or hit mcapitalislaw.com. This is David.
Yeah. And Biden said he'd never stoop to those levels. Hey, when people start low punching you, man, most humans end up low punching.
Hey, welcome.
I'd agree. I think you're right. or whatever their friend's tagline or their parents.
Hey, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino.
Oh, no, we're not. He was cutting a piece out of it. I heard him say. He's cutting it. I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. I think it's going to be a huge red wave. I think the House and Senate. I think the House is going to be crazy. The Senate, I think we're going to win, and it could be right here in Colorado because of it. Yeah, okay. I like him, man. He's straight, middle of the road, businessman. And a lot of people, when they don't like, you know, they might vote Democrat all the time, and they're not going to vote for Trump, for example. What happens? They just don't show up to vote. So that's basically a vote. Or vice versa. But it is. I mean, a no vote's basically a vote. We have a couple. They're so funny. They don't vote.
And how do things now set up for the fall? What is the path to victory? Join me at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Gina, what's going on? Hi, Gina.
Hi, Tom. How are you?
Good. Do you have a comment on the current state of affairs and what's going on?
I do. That's what I want to know. What was the original question? I kind of caught it on the end.
Well, here's what I was asking, Gina. Are people so hell-bent on their political party or their philosophy that they will endure pain when it's not working out? I mean, I don't think anyone disputes, except for a small percentage, that the Biden administration has not been successful. It has not been. And we have a lot of hard times right now. But what I'm asking is, I'm saying, how many people and how much will people endure before they turn on their own party? And I say there's about 30 to 39% that will never, ever change. It doesn't matter what happens. They're willing to put up with it to support their point of view. And I wanted to know what people think.
Okay, so listen, a lot of people are not going to say are not going to really like the polls that you're getting and all that stuff. They're not going to participate in that. They're going to say they Democrat and vote Republican.
You think so?
That's right. Absolutely. You always call me Mark when I call in. So Mark is my brother from another mother.
Okay.
So listen.
Could be the same mother. Who the hell knows?
Yeah, it might be. Well, hey, we might identify as that. So listen. But a lot of people are not going to say. That's how Trump got in the beginning, because they knew he was a businessman and he was running on the truth, and that's what's going to win in the end. People may not admit it, but if they don't vote, that's a good thing.
Okay.
Hey, and all the polls leading up to the Trump-Hillary prove exactly that, because Hillary was supposed to win in some polls by like 15 points. People lie their asses off.
They calling this show lying, okay? They calling this show lying. So it don't matter. They're never gonna. That's the whole thing about the Democrats. They're not the same party that they were back in the 70s and the 80s and whatnot. We dealing with some people that is. I hate to say bad words, so I don't want to say bad words, but this is a different kind of thing. And they said you guys are talking, people are calling in talking about Trump, the way he talks and all that. Well, guess what? We can't come to the table no more with an index card. We got to come because they are fighting us. They are making us, trying to make us believe that a man can have a baby. So when do we say we have to, the truth is the truth. There's a man and there's a woman. And a lot, like I think I heard Mark say, a lot of people are dealing with their emotions. I dealt with emotions when I was on crack, okay? That was emotions. That feeling passed, okay?
Maybe we did have different mothers. I'm not sure now.
No, Gina, I love what Gina is saying. And Gina, just to clarify that men having babies, what they say is a trans man, someone who was a woman that transitioned to a male but kept their female stuff, can have a baby. And that's what I don't think I mean really that's where that ad came from. That guy that was pregnant, that guy used to be a woman and kept his plumbing.
Tom, our vice president can't even define what a woman is. It's ridiculous.
No, they don't.
It's pandering.
I don't know how you pronounce women with an X, by the way. How is that pronounced?
Woman.
I have no idea. But as I've said many times before,
woman, now that Roe v. Wade has been changed, you know, the lie. You know, we got to stick with the truth. The truth is that God made man and woman. He ain't said nothing else. Okay? That's the truth. And
Gina,
that's how
thank you. I got to take. I really enjoy your calls. Thank you very much. We got to take a break.
See ya.
All right, Mark.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Denver Museum of Nature and Science.
And we've got some closures downtown as they get ready for the Stanley Cup Parade tomorrow morning. They've got Bannock Street closed between Colfax and 14th. That should reopen at midnight. There's an accident, Tower and Iliff. We're seeing some slow speeds there. And as Captain Gabriel Landeskog, he's working the drive-thru at Raising Cane's on Alameda between I-225 and Sable until 2 o'clock today. So you can expect some pretty big backups there as well. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather, slight chance of rain today, otherwise 95. Chance of showers in 63 tonight. Tomorrow, good chance of rain, 85, and Friday showers likely, high near 81. Right now, it's 89. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Ready for a mind-boggling family experience? Then check out Mazes and Brain Games. Now open.
Patch was totally useless. Then I found nicotine gum. That actually worked. Problem with it was I was hooked on nicotine gum, nicotine mints for 5 years. So then I went cold turkey off those, which was not easy either, but I just did it, and I never looked back.
Make the most of your retirement plan. That's what they do. They help you make the most of your retirement plan. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, 970-663-3211. That's 970-663-3211, rpcenter.com. They'll explain to you what they do and how they do it and how they save you money. If you have a retirement plan, you need someone to quarterback the team. That's rpcenter.com. All right, simplyfloorsinc.com is the floor covering place we love at the southwest corner of 52nd and Ward. And we have Karen and Buddy Mitchell. They do a great job. All kinds of carpeting, all kinds of LVT and hardwoods, including laminates and engineered floors. They'll give you the advice, then the best installers in the business and design consultants on each and every job free of charge. Look them up. Make your own appointment. simplyfloorsinc.com. All right. Genesis Total Exteriors. When I say total, I mean it. Everything from the roof to the gutters, eaves and soffits, the siding, even stucco, windows, doors, decks, painting, outbuildings, and solar. Yes, they do it all at GenesisTotalExteriors.com. And for the solar division, you can just remember GenesisSolarCo.com. Now, we know Mark Szymanski. We've known him for years, and he is a great contractor. I really think in a field of contracting right now, you can't trust many people, but we have come to know Genesis for many, many years and trust him implicitly. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. That's 303-679-8509.
You've heard the big news. Greta is back, and she's on Newsmax. Now, Greta is taking on Big Washington and Big Media at 6 p.m. Eastern every weeknight with her new show, The Record with Greta Van Susteren. Greta always gives you the real news. And she leads a big night on Newsmax with Rob Schmidt talking about...
It's never been my thing, man. It's like, I'll smoke a hit now and then. There's no doubt. I mean, I could count maybe 15 hits, literally, from a joint a year. More than 3 at one time, I can't even tell you. But I've got friends, man, that can fucking smoke, boy. I got one dude, He's vaping marijuana inside. If he's outside, he's got a fucking joint. I have no idea. You'd never know he's high either. You'd never know the fucking guy's high. It's got to, because you have no idea he's high. Yeah, that becomes a problem, even in their job. So all of a sudden, if you're not high, you have trouble actually doing the job. Because there's no physical part, right? But that mental's got to be huge, because you're living in this zone forever.
Here's the deal. I've had consultations with
Is that a lot?
for years. I've had a lot of laxatives and fiber supplements, but my symptoms keep coming back.
Like a gummy bear, that's 10, and he's eating 25. Holy shit! That would knock. I mean, or into hospital. Go and fix me. Give me some Narcan. No, he's just high. I wonder if they ever had. Do you think anybody's ever showed up that's just high as fuck from gummies because they just landed here like the news used to have on, and the EMT shoots them up with Narcan? It wouldn't do a fucking thing, would it?
As well, there could be more to your story with IBS. Talk to a doctor today.
Okay, so they know not to do it.
Hi there, Savannah Guthrie is with Coffee. We want you to join us every morning.
Because they have no idea.
We got ways healthy, they have a budget. We're going to help you with every single thing you need because we want you to have your best summer ever.
This week, we'll help you plan your summer getaway from an epic camping trip to a relaxing vacation. Plus, the star of opinion, Steve Carell. And a concert with
The good. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Where I get in trouble is if I've had, if I've been drinking a lot of beer or something, and then I have a buddy around that's smoking pot, that's when I get a little ballsy and go, give me a hit. And then that's where I go, oh, man, I shouldn't have taken that hit. It kills my buzz quick.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, we have Jamie with us, Dr. Jamie Baumgarten from realcbdworks.com. All right, Doc, I have a question for you here on I got my staples out on my incision. It's healing nicely. It's been 2 weeks since surgery. And people put vitamin E oil on scars. I'm not so concerned about my scars and my back. Not many people see it. But for making it, just soothe, is the oil, CBD oil, going to do any harm?
No, it's actually something that we did a small clinical trial on with a plastic surgeon. And so if you can take Soothe and actually put it on there, and it'll actually accelerate skin healing. It will reduce scarring, and it'll actually help with the pain.
Oh, okay. I'm going to do that then.
Yeah, and also we'll fight off the bacterial infection that potentially could come if you itch it or something like that.
Oh,
and Tom, if you go to realcbdworks.com and put your name in, you'll get 30% off.
That's right. That's right. And
I don't want anybody else doing it.
No, and then if you put Mark in, they charge you $50 more. Hey, listen. What about childhood use with children? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, so the first FDA-approved medication of cannabidiol was actually for children. So it's children with drug-resistant epilepsy. So if there's a use, we would ask parents to be cautious and start with a low dose. But it has been shown to be perfectly safe in very young children.
Okay, and then I wanted to know something else.
How about teens with anxiety?
Mark, that's right up the alley of this other question. But first, answer that. Just general anxiety.
Perfect application.
Okay.
Much better than Xanax or benzodiazepines. No side effects. It'll help people calm down. You bet.
What if they're taking an antidepressant?
So, if they're taking other prescription medications, we recommend that that people, before they start on a CBD regimen, that they speak to their physician. And it's not because of the side effects of CBD, but it could be how CBD actually causes that prescription medication to increase in the body that could lead to side effects. So if they're taking anti-anxiety medication, talk to their physician. Physicians are now getting better information about how this material works, how it interacts with current therapies, and if anything, I think people will find with anxiety in particular that the cannabidiol will eventually replace that prescription medication.
Doc, you know what I've heard a lot about people using, since I've been advertising it, people using CBD for travel. And it helps. I mean, first of all, travel can cause aches and pains, fatigue, and anxiety. And, sitting on a plane, running around, and it's excellent for travel.
Absolutely, in a lot of different ways, Tom, in terms of lowering blood pressure, in terms of easing the pain of sitting in a chair for 6 hours, as well as when you travel to different time zones, helping you sleep better at night to get over time.
RealCBDThatWorks.com, promo code Tom, 30% off.
Thanks, Mark.
That's right, RealCBDThatWorks.com. That's Panacea Life Sciences. And don't forget Referralist.com for help, information, and referrals.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW.com and on the iHeartRadio app. Leland Conway is next on Denver's Talk Station.